And in continuation, in outcome one, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. And just going to the Victorian Blitz projects. In the budget, the government committed an additional $37.5 million towards the Donny Brook Road upgrade, stage 2. What increases in cost in particular is the additional funding addressing?
Thank you, Senator. Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary. This is for the second stage of the upgrades at Donny Brook Road, which includes duplication of the bridge structure over the Hume Freeway and improved active transport connections over the freeway interchange.
So duplication of the bridge?
Yes, correct.
So from that terrible one lane both ways, we're going to have 2 lanes both ways?
That's a reasonable interpretation of duplication.
I know, we're getting late. So does that, the additional money then, the government's original commitment to upgrade Donny Brook Road that you took to the 25 election did not include funding to fully deliver the duplicated bridge over the Hume Highway in the original? That's
correct, yes. The stage 1 was to signalise the intersection of Donny Brook Road and Mitchell Street with 2 new lanes through the intersection and construct a new bridge over Calcallo Creek.
So prior to the Minister making that commitment in the election in 2025, what work had been done around consulting on that election commitment? What work had been done?
I believe the work was done by Victoria in terms of the scoping for that.
And so Victoria thought that 1 lane each way was an okay way for that bridge?
Don't want to put words in their mouth, but...
Well, you've told me that you got the plans
Victoria
from
undertook
Victoria.
The scoping and then the decisions were made between the governments on which components.
And then you went and had a conversation with people and they went, we actually need 2 lanes.
They've further progressed the design works and identified additional works that could be done to improve the outcomes.
So when did the department first provide advice to the Minister on the Donny Brook Road project prior to the Minister committing to the project?
I will have to check, Senator. I don't have that information.
So did you get the Victoria information to you and then it goes up to the Minister, or did it come a different way to the Minister in order to make that election commitment?
I will have to go double check that, Senator. I can't recall.
What would be usual?
Usually Victoria would provide, as we referred earlier, projects that they are seeking funding for.
To the department? To the department.
Sometimes to the Minister as well.
Okay.
So sometimes the Victorian Minister would write to Minister King, sometimes and then the DTP, the Victorian Department of Transport and Planning, would provide us with information in relation to those proposals.
Okay. Could you take on advice that if it did come minister to minister that it went back down?
I'll check on
when I say
what
down, I mean out of this building.
I'll check what the flow of information was.
Flow of information would be fantastic. In the media release announcing the additional funding, the Minister for Skills and Training, Mr Giles, said the Albanese government has been listening and we're investing to ease congestion. Minister, is this actually evidence that the government wasn't listening in the first place, and instead of listening to the community, you probably should have listened, instead of listening to the community, you listened to the Victorian government? Because the duplicate, you don't have, stand at that intersection from probably 7 a.m. in the morning till 9:30 in the morning, and it is very clear what's needed.
Without having seen the press release that you're referring to, Senator, I would just say that Minister Giles would always be wanting to work on behalf of his constituents and certainly Victoria, but I'd certainly like to have a look at the press release that you're referencing.
If you could, that would be fantastic.
Is that on? Oh, sorry. No. Yeah. Okay.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, no, just so
I just wasn't sure if they heard my response.
volume.
Yeah.
Because we want to hear your words.
Yes.
I know, but I'm just
The
checking
defence
whether
of
it was,
Minister
it was
Giles.
recorded on Hansard and whether that actually did go through.
I'm just wondering whether there's any other questions from the group.
Yeah, Senator Cadell. No. Oh, yeah, if you have a chat with Senator Tansey. Senator Colbeck, do you have any questions, or Senator Scarr? In outcome one, or we'll just wait, see if we can move to two. I'll just confer with the Deputy Chair in a minute. Keep going on one.
I think we might be done. On one, unless there's more inland rail questions. No.
I'll be back tomorrow, but you know.
Oh, yes, with the old. I think I've been told that there's more questions for one. Number 32, righto. Sydney to Canberra, I'm sorry, Sydney to Canberra. Rail upgrades. What are the benefits to freight movements from the government's investment in the $100 million upgrade of Sydney to Canberra? Bearing in mind, I'm not sure how much outgoing output there is, but
We did answer these questions before with Senator Pocock, yes?
I can't believe they'll be exactly the same questions because we don't usually have similar interests, but not exactly the same. It's been reported the $100 million committed to upgrade Sydney to Canberra rail could save up to 15 minutes. What qualitative assessment has been done on the benefits in terms of additional patronage of a train of saving 15 minutes over 4.5 hours?
Senator, I don't think we've got any qualitative information about that in terms of patronage numbers and changes over time.
The Minister's media release suggested one of the reasons for the funding was future express services. Is the government's plan to have a non-stop service, Sydney to Canberra?
But I think as part of the future planning project that we, in the business case that we spoke about before, Senator.
So it is part of the future plan to have a non-stop service.
It's one of the things that New South Wales is keen to look at.
Yeah.
Yep.
And do you know which stations would be bypassed? All of them.
That would be
If it's
part of
non-stop.
that would be part of the business case.
And when are you planning to get that business case from New South Wales?
That was part of the funding announcement, so I don't think we've actually set the milestones for that, but I'll ask.
No, that's right. The expectation is that the initial upgrade, so there were two components,
Yep.
as you know, there was the initial upgrades to the railway line and the business case. The initial upgrades are expected to commence later this year. We'll work with the New South Wales Government on the timing for the business case component.
Later this year. Okay. Are there any? Do you have any data on the passenger numbers per stop along the route?
I don't have that detail with me now, no.
When you say you don't have it with you, you don't have it, or you just don't have it with you?
I'd have to check what we've got, Senator. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what we've got in that
Or it
in
might
that
be
space.
sitting with the ACT government or New South Wales government. Again, referring to the Minister's media release, which train stations are planned to be upgraded and which stabling yards?
So, as was clear in the announcement, Senator, the governments will work with the line owners, I guess. There's 3 different line owners there to prioritise the upgrades, the initial upgrades, and then, as we said, there'll be a business case that'll look at longer-term upgrades.
So we don't know which stations are planning to get an upgrade.
I don't
as
have
yet.
a specific list.
Do you
now,
know
no.
when will that information be clear?
Well, we'll work with them over the coming period as we look to release the funding and including the proposed upgrades that they're proposing to do.
What about the sections of track to be upgraded? Can you list the locations for each of the upgrades?
No, I don't have a list for you, Senator, but the The immediate focus is going to be on the line between Goulburn and Canberra. Is part of the commitment.
So sorry, that's Goulburn Canberra's the focus?
The immediate focus, so that'll be the initial focus for the upgrades.
And how long?
So these are going to be the initial upgrades are expected to happen over 5 years, and part of the announcement was that the Goulburn to Canberra leg of it will be the initial ones.
Now, to save Premier Minns getting this as a Dixer when they next sit, noting the New South Wales and ACT governments have both contributed $25 million each, what share of the Commonwealth funding will be allocated to upgrade works in New South Wales?
Yeah, that's a level of detail that we'll need to work through.
You still don't know? We don't know.
To be determined.
Yeah, okay. And are all jurisdictions contributing proportionally to the cost of the business case development, or is it fully funded by the Commonwealth?
No, we expect they'll be proportionate. So the upgrades in the business case will be proportionate out of that $100 million commitment.
How do you calculate the proportion? Given, how will you calculate proportionality in this case?
Well, the Commonwealth's committed 50% of the total $100 million cost, and the New South Wales and ACT government have each committed $25 million, so 25% each.
Okay, great. And I've just got some questions around Metronet.
And that's
I
outcome one?
That's one done.
Cool,
One
okay.
done.
Just while Senator Mackenzie's just doing that, Mr Betts, I've consulted with the Deputy Chair and the Opposition that we won't get to outcome 4 tonight, but they will be required tomorrow. As for outcome 3, we're hoping to get to outcome 3 tonight.
That's very helpful.
Okay. So,
Okay, in the budget, the Commonwealth allocated additional funding for cost blowouts in WA Metro projects. Which of the following are projects that have already been completed? The construction's already been completed. So let's just run through the Metronet Byford extension. Is that completed or still under construction?
Completed, Senator.
Metronet Midland Station project?
Completed.
Metronet Morley-Ellenbrook line?
Completed, Senator.
The Thornley Cockburn line?
Completed, Senator.
So only WA can do Yanchep rail extension?
That's correct. Completed, Senator.
So how much additional funding has been allocated in these budget to each of these metro projects which have already been completed?
So, Senator, there was a total of... do you want me to go through line by line for each project?
Yep.
So there was $152.3 million for the Thornley to Coburn link. There was $52.7 million for the Midland station.
Yep.
There was $16.3 million for the Morley to Ellenbrook line.
Yep.
There was $43.6 million for the Yanchep rail extension.
Yep.
And there was $60.8 million for the Byford extension.
Yep. And how, can you just add that up for me? You'll have the total there.
no.
It is 300 and... Oh, sorry. You've got it?
Go for it.
Go.
320...
325.7 million, Senator.
0.7 million. Did that money come from the cutting of the inland rail?
No, Senator.
Where did that money come from?
So there was some unallocated funding still in the Metronet program funding.
How much?
That was around $95 million, Senator, from savings on 2 previous projects.
Yep.
And there was funding committed in the 24-25 budget, around $640 million of unallocated, the 25-26 budget, sorry, Senator.
No, you're right.
So, and that the balance of the cost pressures came from that funding, Senator.
Right. Okay. So, is the additional money paid to the Metronet completed aspects of the project as a result of cost blowouts?
Yes, Senator, there was additional costs from those projects. As you may be aware, the Metronet projects were committed to pre-COVID, and so they did not account for a lot of factors, including some scope changes, market capacity constraints and supply issues as a result of COVID, and then the ongoing pressure on market. And there was also some construction processes, such as retaining wall requirements, that changed across that period of time. So while many of the metro projects are complete, they were concurrently delivered, which did put a lot of strain on the supply chain and the ability of contractors, which did drive up some of the costs and have flow-on effects for the overall cost pressures.
What about the inflationary costs in the construction industry? Is that an identified reason for cost blowouts?
It was one of the contributing factors, but not the only one, Senator.
No, obviously not. And you won't have, given some of these are quite localised issues like the retaining wall issue, are you able to, if by project, break down, so for instance, the Yanchep rail extension expenditure has blown out, as I understand, a little over 92% blowout in costs. Are you able to highlight what the main reasons for that particular project were?
Let me just check if I've got it down by project, Senator.
Thank you.
So I don't have for Byford, so it's the first project I came through, I don't have it broken down by project, Senator, but I can take that on. Okay, so
just go through that. So retaining wall.
So for the Byford extension, that was a retaining wall. That was one of the issues, but I don't have it broken down. But it was
supply chain.
So we can have, there were scope changes, market capacity constraints.
Scope changes instigated by the WA government or the Commonwealth government?
The Western Australia government, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Scope changes, supply chain.
Issues, market capacity constraints.
Yes.
And there were there was a change in the construction process. So that was for the Byford project, so that was a retaining wall requirement that did required a lot of increased earthwork volumes.
Okay, that's good to know. But construction inflation's not in any of these.
It's not listed out as a line, Senator. I could probably take on notice.
I would really appreciate you to do that.
A breakdown.
What's the total cost of WA Metronet, Commonwealth and WA government? Breakdown, please.
Yes, Senator. So the Australian government, the total project cost is $10.79 billion, and the Australian government commitment is $5.37 billion.
And do you have a percentage increase in cost to deliver it over the time of the project?
No, Senator, I don't have that. I can take that on.
Yep.
Sure.
So my understanding from an original $2.5 billion estimate to now what seems even bigger than what I've got written down, over $16 billion, what assurance has the Commonwealth sought that the WA government can deliver other infrastructure projects in a cost-effective way?
Sorry, Senator, did you say it was a $16 billion project?
10.7.
Well, I've added the 10.7 of which 5. Sorry. My apologies. 10.7 billion. Sorry, I've just added those together. What assurances does the Commonwealth have that the Western Australian government can deliver other infrastructure projects in a cost-effective way, given the increase from 2.5 billion to 10.79?
So, Senator, as you'd appreciate, when this project came about, it did come about in early 2019, I think 2020 timeframe, which is obviously in the heat of COVID. Since then, we've obviously put in place a new FFAS agreement and improved governance arrangements, and we work very closely with our colleagues in WA to get a handle on on their projects, and through our processes too. I mean, there is enhanced work required by jurisdictions in bringing forward proposals to the Commonwealth.
Prior to the commitment being made.
Yep.
Yeah, but as we discussed this morning, you've literally paid out
Senator, I think...
a lot of money for completed projects. And yes, I know we work closely with our state colleagues and we've got a protocol in place, etc., etc. I'm just not seeing the efficacy of these words that we have. We have the same conversation.
I will take this on notice, but I think in regards to Metronet, when you talk about the 2.2 and the growth out, is that I think this project actually started as a range of different commitments. So Metronet started out as committing to, I think, a smaller number of the projects. I think it might have been maybe not Byford, but Thorley to Coburn or something along those lines. I'll get it for you.
Okay.
And then it grew to another...
It grew into a big,
another stage and then another stage. So I wouldn't say it was a cost blowout from that perspective. I would say that they added...
a Lego kind of effort. All right. Thank you. That's it for Metronet. Just wanting to know what the funding profile for the $50 million new budget commitment to the Western Freeway upgrade, Melton to Caroline Springs, pre-construction. The details of this were not provided this morning. It was bundled into the Western Highway upgrade.
Senator, the funding profile is in 26-27 $20 million and in 27-28 $30 million.
Okay, thank you. And what is the funding profile for the $10 million M1 Pacific Motorway exit 45, North Oamaru? The fabulous little rugby league team there that I recall. That was announced in the budget. What? That's what I thought. Did you get the profile?
Thank you, Senator. Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary, Queensland Transport and 2032 venues. So the funding profile has $2.5 million in 26-27, $5 million in 27-28 and $2.5 million in 28-29 for a total Australian Government commitment of $10 million.
10. Thank you. Just wanting to know the funding profile for the $812.5 million Bruce Highway Gateway Motorway at Dolls Rocks Road project that was announced in the budget.
So that's $40 million in 26-27,
yep.
$80 million in 27-28, $120 million in 28-29, $160 million in 29-30. So that's 400 million across the forward estimates, and then 240 in 30-31, 150 in 31-32, 22.5 million in 32-33.
Okay. That's the plan.
Yeah. It's
looking forward to it.
Oh, good. Competing?
Bungendore to Ararat, again in Victoria. Given the Victorian Ombudsman publicly reported in 2020 that delays and alignment changes had already added 50 to 60 million to the Western Highway duplication project after only 18 months of disruption, can the government provide a detailed breakdown of how the total project cost has now escalated to $1.17 billion?
Just while you're doing that, Senator Mackenzie, if you've got a few more examples that you want to ask, I'm not cutting you short, but we keep swapping officials as we go from different states. So maybe if we can group it, or if the officials can stay at the table,
sure,
might be easier. Queensland.
Or we could just get all the main states up at the table, and we'll just flick between you.
This might be a lot.
That might be easier than...
You're doing bog laps and just spinning me out.
You're getting your steps up. You've been sitting all day. Stop laughing, Secretary.
Keep fit.
That's right. That's right.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Wood.
Finish the musical chairs now. Good.
There we go. We've got everyone here.
So the Commonwealth Government has provided $372.5 million in additional funding for the Ballarat to stall duplication, what we refer to as stage 2B.
Yep.
That's reflective of cost pressures that have arisen on the project. It is a project that has had some very complex approvals that have had to be worked through in relation to cultural heritage.
What's led to the complexity?
So there were some sensitive Indigenous sites along the potential alignment of that, and so there's been a lot of work that Victoria has done with the Registered Aboriginal Party in order to mitigate those impacts on those sites, which has taken time to work through and has led to some changes in the design and alignment in order to avoid those areas of particular sensitivity.
So that's the issue.
That has been the
issue.
That has been the predominant reason that it's been held up.
So we've got a $50 to $60 million estimation that is now $1.17 billion for 12.5 kilometres of road.
So that is the current estimate now for stage 2B.
So if I was going to go through all the type of reasons for cost blowouts that we discussed with Metronet, it's the cultural heritage piece for this particular project.
For this particular component of, stage 2B.
Has that been resolved?
The Cultural Heritage Management Plan has been approved now, yes, and so the project...
And so what is within that plan that has led to such a differential?
So partly it was time in terms of working that through, partly it was adjusting the alignment in order to avoid those sensitive sites.
Okay, so what does it mean? How many more kilometres are we going?
That I will have to check.
Is it a bridge? Is it a tunnel? Is it a...
So it's not a tunnel.
It's a lot of money.
Yes.
I'll tell you that much.
But it is sort of, they've worked that through. The approval has now been given of that cultural heritage.
No, I appreciate it, but it's over $1 billion for 12 kilometres of road. That would literally be a world record.
So there were other sections of this project that have been completed in stage 2A. So I'll double check the actual
and just
distance
check the
and come back to you.
$1.17 billion isn't for stage 2.
I will double check that and come back. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. I'll have some more questions on notice about that one. 2B, the Wargo Highway. Someone's leaning in there. Excellent. In response to a question on notice 158, the Minister advised a member that since 2002, Australian government funding for projects on the Wargo Highway that are either in Toowoomba City or west of Toowoomba exceeds $205 million. Can you run me through the funding for projects on the Wargo Highway since 2022 that would see the contribution from the Australian government exceeding $205 million?
So you were saying west, so was that west? Can you just repeat that?
Well, yes, I guess it's west. Depends where you're standing, obviously. Wargo Highway, either in Toowoomba City or west of Toowoomba.
Right.
That exceeds $205 million.
I don't think I have that information to hand, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much of the IIP funding for the Wargo Highway corridor remains unallocated?
That I do have to hand. $289.4 million.
288.
289.
You had a point there?
289.4.
Oh, there we go. Mil.
Yeah.
Out of a total allocation, what was the original allocation?
Not sure I understand the question, sorry.
Well, you're saying 289.4 remains unallocated. What pieces of the original commitment haven't been completed? Like, what was the original idea for committing money to the Wargo Highway?
I can run through the projects. I can run through the existing projects on the Wargo Highway, and then together with the unallocated, that will give you the government's current commitment to the highway.
Let's do that on notice, shall we? We just get that. Are you happy to take that on notice?
Sure.
Yep. Just wanted to understand the infrastructure funding per capita. These questions are from the Assistant Shadow. What is the infrastructure funding per capita for each state and territory? Do you want me to start with the territory?
No,
Oh, you've got it, Mr. Vaughan?
So you want it over the forward estimate, Senator? Or?
Sure.
Okay. For the ACT, $490 million.
Yep.
For New South Wales, $11.6 billion.
Per capita.
Oh, sorry, per capita. Oh,
I thought, wow, I think
sorry.
Lindsay got it wrong.
Sorry. I don't know if I got it. I'm not sure. Share of the IP. It's not, yeah, it's sort of share of the IP. It's percentages of share, not per capita. I might have to come back to you on that one, Senator. Sorry, I misheard your question.
No, that's all right. So you've got total funding per state.
Yeah.
Okay, run me through those.
Okay.
And then on notice, give me per capita.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Okay, so for Northern Territory, $1.8 billion. For Queensland, $16.9 billion. South Australia, $6.2 billion. Tasmania, $1.2 billion. Victoria, $15.3 billion. WA, $4.8 billion.
Thank you. What formula or modelling determines how much funding each state receives? Does it involve population, economic contribution, freight demand, state of the roads?
Senator, we don't determine them in that way. We look at the priorities of the jurisdiction and assess them against the infrastructure policy statement and a bunch of other criteria that we use.
A bunch of other criteria that you use? Sounds
things
pretty
like,
loose, Mr.
things...
Pretty loose. Well, I like that one.
Looking at the themes within the
like
IPS.
Him. I don't like her.
No.
Senator, we look at the infrastructure priority statement.
Yes.
In regards to productivity, road safety, housing, freight, connectivity. We look at if it's on the infrastructure priority list. We look at if it's on the 10-year infrastructure on the IA priority list. We look at it if it's on the 10-year state plans. Those are the criteria. We don't look at it if it's a share of population or anything like that.
You don't look at population at all when you're determining infrastructure investment?
Not at this stage, no.
That's okay. That explains a lot. This is from WA senators who would like to know on what basis is Western Australia being punished with a lower per capita infrastructure funding, with the lowest per capita infrastructure funding in the country. They feel they're being punished.
I think we
went
through that earlier.
No. We do look at growth in regards to where there are regions of growth and stuff, but that links into the infrastructure policy statement. It's not on a per capita basis necessarily.
Got it. Now some questions on Wheatbelt Secondary Freight Network. Can the department provide me with an update on the delivery of the $150 million ROSI project to upgrade the WA Wheatbelt Secondary Freight Network?
Yes, Senator. Sorry, let me just adjust my screen.
All good.
So the project is currently under construction and is expected to be completed late this year. There are 7 sub-projects which is what we called Year 6, 2024-25 tranche that have been completed. And out of those Year 7 Tranche 4 projects, there are 17 sub-projects that have been completed with construction works underway on a remaining 13 sub-projects. So the program, you mentioned, Senator, was funded under ROSI.
Yep.
It's a rolling program of works and it's delivering a number of sub-projects. So in the first years 1 to 4, there were 65 sub-projects. They were all complete. In Year 5, there are... I'll have to count them up. They're still in progress. But there's 14 sub-projects, of which 14 sub-projects are complete. 2 are expected to be completed by mid-2026.
Yep.
And that's that package. For Year 6 sub-projects, there were 7 sub-projects. They are all complete. And for Year 7, which is the one I just mentioned then, 4 sub-projects are complete and 13 are expected to be completed by the end of this year, which will be the final package of works, Senator.
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive update. It's my understanding there are 42 Western Australian local governments involved in the network, ready to prioritise further investment into freight roads. Has the department had any discussions with the WA government on extending this project for another tranche of funding?
So, Senator, I think it's 32 local governments that are involved in it. The conversations we've had with Western Australia at the moment is that they have tasked the local governments with funding a business case for a future development works. Yep. And once that business case is completed, that will be available, like open for consideration for future funding, budget funding.
So it's an open question. Office of Road Safety. I honestly think... Yep, that's fine.
Can we say it?
I think
Senator,
we're ready.
Could I answer your question on the Wargo Highway, please?
Sure.
Since I've got the information.
We're not programmed to answer it, give it a crack.
Yeah.
Going right off you.
You're very brave.
Yeah. Under the Wargo Highway Upgrade Program, the West Creek Culvert Upgrade completed in 2022. That's in Toowoomba. That was $6.8 million. The East Creek Culvert Upgrade also completed in 2022, $7.3 million. The Oaks to Miles Safety Upgrade Stage 2 in 2022, $3.7 million. All of the rest that I'll read out are all west of Toowoomba. That was $3.7 million. The Dalby to Miles Pavement Widening and Safety Upgrade in 2022, $38.7 million. The Drillham to Pallardo Upgrade in 2022, $9.8 million. Oakey to Miles Safety Upgrade in 2023, $33.6 million. The Dalby Western Access Upgrade Stage 1, Condamine Street to Watt Street, 2023, $44.9 million. The Chinchilla Rail Crossing Upgrade 2023, $14.5 million. The Dalby Eastern Access Upgrade completed. These are all completion dates. Completed in 2024, $44.9 million. And the Chinchilla Heavy Vehicle Route Strategy in 2024, $800,000, and that comes to $205 million.
Wow, well done. It's a masterclass right there. What is the funding? What? I'm sorry. There are local MPs that want to know how their projects are going, so I am facilitating that opportunity. So we've still got a few to go. Won't be long. What is the funding profile for the $552 million Westport Ankertel Road upgrade stage 1A and 1B that was announced in the budget?
Yes, Senator. So in the 26-27 financial year, it's 16.1 million.
Yep.
In 27-28, it's 53.8.
Yep.
In 28-29, it's 109.8. In 29-30, it's 202.2. So that's a total over the forward estimates of 381.9.
Yep.
And then in 20-30-31, it's 142.5. And in 31-32, it's 27.6.
Thank you very much. The funding profile for the $4 million Great Northern Highway Improvements Broome to Kununurra project. Shout out to everyone in Kununurra.
Great little town.
Gorgeous town.
Just make sure I've got the right Great Northern project. So, Senator, that is $1 million per year from 26-27 onwards.
Okay, thank you. And the how much has the South Australian government committed towards the Outer Adelaide bypass between Murray Bridge and Truro, the High Productivity Vehicle Network, Stage 1? He's at it.
The Australian government contribution is $630 million for that on the basis of a 60-40 funding split. South Australia have committed 20% of that in their budget of last year.
Yep.
The Australian government expectation is that they will increase that to 40%.
At the next South Australian budget? Yeah. Do you want to answer with words?
It's a matter for South Australia.
That's probably the smarter play. And have you got a profile for that?
Yes, Senator. So in 25-26, it's 2.4 million. In 26-27, it's 5 million.
Yep.
In 27-28, it's 28 million. In 28-29, it's 52 million. In 29-30, it's 108.6 million.
That's a big year.
Oh, sorry, 180.6 million.
Ooh, yeah.
In 2030-31, it's 292 million. And in 2031-32, it is 70 million.
Thank you.
I do have some extra info on the Western Highway as well. So that... sorry.
No, don't apologise for being helpful, Mr Wood. It's a lovely trait.
So that project total of the $1.1 billion is for the stage 1 and stage 2.
Great.
So it's from Ballarat to Ararat. I can go through the sections.
I just want the B bit because I think there's a lot of confusion about that 12.5 kilometres, the cultural heritage piece. How much is that added to the original cost? That's the question that people are asking.
So to date, 440 million has been completed. This extra 372 million is the amount needed to complete stage 2B.
Okay, and on notice, once you've had a look at the plan, the management plan, tell me what's included. Do I get a
give you a few points
bypass?
now.
Do I get a loop?
So it's duplication of approximately 12 kilometres of the Western Highway, grade separation, road over rail at the Ballarat-Ararat rail line, a new bridge over Hopkins River, and that allows the retention of culturally significant trees and features along the line.
Right, so we've just changed the route to go over the Hopkins River in a different place?
It's just adjusted it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
in order
so
to avoid
can...
those particular sensitive sites.
Perfect. Thank you. General one, does the department have an assessment of the road condition of the National Highway network? Do we grade the roads? Do we have a study?
So we have been working with, or Ausroads has been undertaking a project in regards to looking at star ratings for all of the projects. We can talk about that a little bit more in outcome 2.
Outcome 2. Have you engaged with the National Transport Research Organisation? Or Ausroads will be doing that. Is there a national design standard for tree setbacks? I'll ask the standards people when they're in, when I'm also asking about standards for EVs, etc. You know what? Oh, this was an important one. There were media reports. Sorry, 26th of April. I'm trying to get through this very, very quickly.
We believe in you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Sunday, the 26th of April, there were media reports that as a result of the Iran conflict, it wasn't just fuel, but bitumen was becoming an issue, and that we only had 30 days' worth of bitumen before tankers started to dry up. Does the department have a current assessment of the country's bitumen stocks if we're into the business of building roads?
So that is a broader question for the Department of Industry, but we can take that on notice for you. But I have been meeting regularly with the states and territories every fortnight because it's a supply chain issue, and so they look at all of the supply chain, so that's why it's a DISA issue. But I have been meeting fortnightly with all of the states and territories in regards to supply chains for roads, and at this stage we have been advised that there is no issues in regards to bitumen.
Right, but it has been discussed?
It has been discussed.
Okay, and doesn't sound like there's a bitumen specialist in the Department of Infrastructure, but if there is, how does C240 bitumen differ from the more standard C170 bitumen used in Australia?
I will take that one on notice for you,
Right
Senator.
answer, Ms. Hall.
We done?
I was a bit
I think we're done.
but I don't think
we're done.
This job.
And if we're not, it's all on notice.
Yeah.
Right.
Well done, team.
Outcome 2.
Wow.
So I will
What are you starting
continue.
with? Do I stay?
I'll let someone else talk. Have you got outcome 2 questions?
No,
Great.
I just want to know about the track.
Which track?
The 55 million in the budget for rail to increase rail's opportunity to compete.
But if you don't, we don't.
That's all. We just want to.
Okay, I'm just looking. Okay, 20 past 8.
So you got 2.5 hours. Do you think you'll get to 3?
I don't
Otherwise,
know.
let them go.
I don't know. Like, this is all the EV stuff.
We won't get to 3.
I don't
Not
think
going to
you'll
get to 3.
No. Can I let Mr. Betts
I'm
know?
happy to let them know.
If they can come back.
Yeah, tomorrow.
They're not released.
We had a
yet.
private
Yeah.
meeting and agreed on this 3 or 4 weeks
Okay.
ago.
Yeah.
Mr. Betts, do you want to let outcome 3 go? Sorry, I couldn't tell you earlier, but come back tomorrow morning, please. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we'll adjust the thing again. Sorry.
I wasn't going to say that, but I thought.
3 will take a bit tomorrow. 4, we've got no questions for outcome 4 at the moment.
But other senators
Other
will.
senators will, yeah.
Pocock always
We'll
has
need an hour,
questions.
3.5 hours. Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Do you want me to do something for you? I don't understand it yet. I'm learning.
I might kick off, gang, because this is what I asked in outcome 1. Mr. Betts, is it all right? Can we kick off? Yeah. Hello. And it just goes back to the question that I have, that my sincere interest in the track announcement in the budget, the 55 mil for rail and shipping. But can you talk to it a little bit? Just, and I know it's hand in hand with the $1.8 billion.
75, I think.
1.75?
Yeah, and as you correctly said this morning, Chair, road and rail compete to a certain extent, but the freight task is growing to such an extent that both need each other. And so there are certain markets in which rail can play a really useful role in moving freight off the road, decongesting the road for those local movements or interstate movements where it generally can't be transferred. So I would say I'll ask Ms Parry and Mr Cathedge to talk you through that. It's an allocation of money in the budget made in the context of the fuel situation. It's still at a relatively early design stage, but we're working closely with industry to make sure that it hits the mark. So.
That is key. Fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Tristan Cathedge, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Fuel Response Task Force. So as you say, yes, the Transport, Resilience and Capacity Kickstart Program, or TRAC, was announced in the budget. That's a $55 million freight incentive scheme where the intent is that a financial incentive would be paid to move freight to more efficient modes, so rail and shipping, as you flagged. We are at a relatively early stage, as the Secretary has mentioned. We're now in consultation with industry as to how that scheme will operate and when it can kick off. Maybe to give you a feel, we've had a few conversations with the ARA and a few conversations with the Freight on Rail group in terms of program design. Some of the principles that we're sort of working with them on is additionality. So what is the freight that would be eligible for payments? How can we increase utilisation of the rail network?
Sorry, we're talking freight rail.
We are, that's correct, yes. So containerised freight.
Yep. No, it wasn't people, Senator McKenzie, it was bulk or coal. That's where we're differentiating.
Yeah, and a really important part of the program that we're working on now is how can we inject a competitive element into it? So how can we get best value for money for taxpayers? The other thing I flag, Senator, I mean, as you well know, the freight task is growing, and that's the part of the freight task that we're focusing on in the TRAC program. So.
Tremendous. Can I just say I'm buoyed that you're talking with Forge, and I do know just as a statement that I think about 90% of freight rail carried in this nation is carried by members of Forge. So long as they're at the table and industry is there, this is great. Good. I'll be keen to hear how that's going at the next round of estimates.
Certainly, Senator.
All right. Fantastic. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. Wonderful.
Excellent. Office of Road Safety. How many people are working in the office? Oh, Miss Hall, you barely got a break. Sorry. I did try. I did give it to the chair. How many people are working in the Office of Road Safety? As compared with this time last year?
Thank you, Senator. Katrina Kendall, Assistant Secretary. So my branch is the Office of Road Safety and Programs. As compared to last year, since last year, Office of Road Safety has had a branch merger. So there's my ASL for my branch is I am 60, I think. I'm able to take that on notice, but there's 60 staff in my branch currently, and that is from the merger of two branches previously.
Okay. Are you, given you've merged two branches, are there any redundancies from the office over the next 12 months? Will there be?
None that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. No bespoke arrangements, as we talked about this morning?
Not that we're
aware of.
Not that we're aware of.
You're not planning on voluntary redundancies or redundancies?
No.
So are there other people in the department working on road safety outside of the Office of Road Safety?
Yes, Senator. So obviously we have my team that also works on ADRs. So that's in the road vehicle area. And then we also have people in the Bureau who do our data analysis as well.
Can I have just head counts on both of those?
I'll take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you. What are the key issues on the work program of the office in 25-26, 26-27, other than the review of the National Road Safety Strategy?
Other than, other than the review? So one of the key priorities for the Office of Road Safety at the moment is the delivery or the development and delivery of the new Road Safety Action Plan, which will be informed by the findings from that midterm review. Okay, and when is that planning to be handed down, that midterm review? So the midterm review, I understand the key findings will be considered by IDEM later this week, and so we expect it will be available sometime after that.
Okay.
Plus there's also the work that was announced that we mentioned this morning around the research work.
Oh, yes.
So that will be work for that as well. Plus they'll also outsee and do an analysis of the grant program that we spoke about this morning as well. Plus keeping and working with the Bureau on the outcomes of the data. As we've discussed previously, we've done a significant amount of work in regards to the collection of the data, and so we do quite a lot of analysis of what that data is actually showing us. And I now have a regular meeting of all deputies across all of the jurisdictions in regards to what that data is telling us, so that we can then inform ministers through the road safety ministers, so that we can look at how we can get a more national approach on key issues. So they're also doing that as well.
Thank you. The Australian Automobile Association has reported that there was a 9.9% increase in pedestrian deaths over the past year to April. What research does the department have on the causal factors for this increase in pedestrian deaths?
Senator, I may have to ask our arbitrary colleagues, data colleagues, to have a look at that one. There's Lulu. But while she's coming up, I can confirm that the pedestrian and cyclist deaths are sit at around about 19% of all road fatalities in 2025. Sorry. Cyclist and pedestrian deaths in 2025 are about 19% of the overall total in that year. Yeah. But my colleague might be able to help with the data set.
So I'm just interested in the causal factors for pedestrian deaths, given the increase.
Yes, Lulu O, Acting Assistant Secretary for the Bureau. We don't have at the moment particular sort of data that points to causal factors for pedestrian deaths, but in terms of the data that we have collected over recent years, it suggests that there has been increases in certain risky behaviour that have contributed to increasing road death numbers over the years. For instance, between 2015 and 2023, fatal crashes involving drug driving increased by 6.5 percentage points, from 10.3% to 16.8%.
And they're incidents involving pedestrians?
That includes any fatal crashes, so it could involve pedestrians, it could involve passengers in cars as well, it could involve...
Because there's been a nearly 10% increase in pedestrian deaths over the past year, I'm interested in the work that you're doing around causal factors there. So what actions or strategies is the department undertaking or examining to mitigate pedestrian deaths or injuries?
So one of the, as we said earlier today, Senator, one of the programs that we're rolling out is the Active Transport Fund, which is $50 million per year over the next 10 years. And part of that is actually in response to the increase that we're seeing in pedestrian and bicycle deaths on the road, to separate those vulnerable users from vehicles. One of the things that we've been seeing has been an increase in pedestrians being hit by larger vehicles. I think we've had a conversation previously around the vehicle mix on our road has changed quite significantly. I think we had that conversation at the last estimates or the estimates before, and that has actually been quite a big issue in regards to causing significant injuries and deaths for pedestrians in particular.
So, Ms Hall, when I've asked the Office of Road Safety and Victory around the research on causal factors, the size of the vehicles on our road, neither of those divisions within the department said they'd done any work on causal factors.
I'm sure.
What about e-scooters?
E-scooters.
Like, rather than the big four-wheel drive, surely...
E-scooters, we've also are aware of e-scooters as well. Right. And there have been many inquiries into e-scooters that have been done in Western Australia, New South Wales and Queensland. As Ms Ouz outlined, the findings of those have been predominantly around the fact that those e-scooters have had people who haven't been wearing helmets, have been driving too fast, have been intoxicated, have had more than one passenger on them. Those sorts of things have been the majority of those findings.
So Melbourne University did some research, you know, where 1/3 of e-scooter fatalities were children.
Yes, age.
So I'm just like, yeah. Are you aware of that research?
Yes, we are, Senator.
So what actions is the Office for Road Safety or the department doing to actually recognise that and actually try and be preventing injuries and fatalities?
So, as I think we discussed at a previous estimates, all ITM ministers have actually undertaken action in regards to this, and there has been an agreement at a national level for a end-to-end regulatory process for e-scooters and e-bikes in particular. And what we're looking at the moment is, first of all, at the front end is, and this was announced in budget, that the ACCC has now got funding to develop a product safety standard for e-bikes and which will stop certain bikes being sold in Australia.
Yeah.
And then all jurisdictions are working on the requirements in regards to what they will allow on their roads and how they can be actually used. So the age limits, the speed limits, where they're allowed to be used, the fact that whether people have to have licences, not licences, whether they have to have helmets on, etc., etc.
And I know how fast the ITM meetings work, if they're anything like other types of meetings, but there's been 37 fatal e-scooter incidences since 2020 January to July 25. The rate is escalating, and when I've asked the Office of Road Safety and I've asked Bitry about what they know about causal factors for pedestrian deaths, so we're developing strategies, but I'm not confident that you do, but I'm not confident other areas of the department.
So we're expecting that product standard. We've been working on it for quite some time. We're expecting that product standard to be developed by the end of this year, and that the regulatory end-to-end process will be completed by the end of this year as well. And we also already have Queensland have already implemented a range of processes in their state, as have New South Wales.
The AAA has also reported there was a 9.3% rise in cyclist deaths over the past year to April. What research does the department have on the causal factors for this increase in cyclist fatalities?
I'll have to have a look in regards to cyclists in particular. We do have information about motorcyclists, but I'm not sure about cyclists, so I'll have to take that one on notice.
It's not going to... It sounds like the only strategy we have is the $50 million separate pedestrians and cyclists from the transport industry and have an active transport situation. But in many suburbs and regional communities, it is impossible to separate pedestrians and cyclists from big trucks and big cars.
So obviously we have all of our programs as well, Senator, as you know. So we have our black spot program.
But the numbers are going in the wrong direction.
And we're working with all of the jurisdictions in regards to what they're doing, who are often on the ground in regards to their programs. So what about
improving the state of our roads might actually assist in that? How many road safety grant programs are currently funded?
As in?
With the active transport investments, sorry.
So we can tell you what's under the existing program.
Sorry, Senator. Excuse me, Senator, you were after which other programs other than the Active Transport Fund? Or the projects within that?
Projects within that, please.
Within that, yep.
Because we established this morning, everything else I think's terminated.
So under the existing $100 million commitment for the Active Transport Fund, there are 81 projects being delivered nationally.
Yep.
And I can get the state breakdown for you if that's helpful. So of those 81, there are 2 in the ACT, 11 in New South Wales, 1 in the Northern Territory, 25 in Queensland, 7 in South Australia, 4 in Tasmania, 19 in Victoria and 12 in WA. And of those, there are 21 under construction, 9 complete and 51 in design and planning.
How are the outcomes of these programs being evaluated?
So, Senator, as part of project completion, the proponents need to provide a post-completion report to us. So as that comes through, they will report on the outcomes that are achieved through that investment. In terms of a broad evaluation of the program, that would be typically done sort of partway through, and so there'll be an evaluation process built in. That first round of $100 million was I guess a once-off round, but we would typically look to do evaluation during the course of that program.
And will injuries or fatalities be a part of that measurement of the success of this program?
That would be something that we would look at, yep.
Okay. On the 18th and 19th of April, the National Road Safety Conference was held. What actions have been taken by the department to implement the agreed actions from the conference?
Sorry, Senator, which conference was that?
The National Road Safety Conference. Did you attend?
I did.
Well, what?
So the 18th and 19th of April.
2024, sorry, 2024.
2024.
My apologies if I didn't. I'm so sorry. I might hand over to some of these lovely gentlemen to ask some questions.
Oh, you mean Paul.
2024.
I might have to take that on notice because that's 2 years ago, but we did attend, yes. And there were a number of actions that came out of that conference.
That were agreed.
And I believe that most of them have been implemented, but please let me take that on notice.
Please take that on notice and have a little table.
Actions and come back to you.
Completed, ongoing.
Yes.
Didn't agree.
Yes.
Really.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I nearly did have a heart attack then.
What action, the National Minimum Data Set and the National Data Collection and Reporting Framework specifically?
Yep.
We're all nodding?
Yes.
Yes? Do we know? Are you?
Yep, that's ours.
That's ours?
Yep.
Great. So, what's the progress on the development of those data sets?
Yep. So the Bureau is undertaking a number of activities to basically improve the national harmonised data that we gather, collect and publish. So, for example, we've procured the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare to do work to link injury data to get a better sense of where serious injuries are occurring. And we have also...
Just to be clear, location-wise, the injuries. Where the location, you're researching the location of where the injuries are occurring.
I'll have to
Not whether it's an arm, a head or a leg.
Also, I'll have to take that on notice because there's also sort of linkages between sort of, for example, at the moment we publish data on hospitalised injuries as well. But for example, we don't currently have data on sort of, for example, other injuries that are caused as a result of road accidents and crashes as well. And another thing that we are is we're procuring weather data to provide more accurate data on basically on weather at the time of crashes as well.
Okay, but so I can be confident that the national minimum data set and the national data collection and reporting framework that was agreed at the conference is actioned and complete.
Yes.
Yes?
That we're building the data set.
You're building the data set.
And we're refining
but
it.
You're not having to have fights with states and territories to get data.
No, at the moment we are getting data from each jurisdiction.
It was also that ministers will ensure road safety data is used and monitored to support decision
That's exactly right.
road trauma.
Yep.
Since the conference, what new policies or programs have been implemented based on the use of this data?
So that's what we were talking about before
The
in
active
regards to the
transport.
active transport, plus we're looking at the... we updated some information around the national roads embedded into the grants program, plus we also looked at it in regards to the road safety work program, and then also in regards to the research work that we're going to be doing as well.
Okay. Just in respect to the road safety data hub, bear with me. In 24, the government committed $21 billion. How has the department invested that $21 million? $21 million.
I got excited then.
Okay.
So for the data hub.
Yes. What did you do with the $21 million?
So
we built a data hub.
Yeah, we built the...
Is it an actual hub?
It is an actual online hub,
Yep.
road safety data hub, where users can go and get all of the sort of national data sets that we collect from jurisdictions and other sources as well.
Yep.
$21 million?
Million.
20
million? I said million.
And $21 million, that is out to...
Can you break that $21 million down?
Yes, I can do it now. So the $21 million in the 24-25 budget, so that was in 24-25, that was $4 million. In 25-26, that was $4.57 million.
Yep.
In 26-27, that was $4.12 million. 27-28, $4.27 million. 28-29, $2.11 million.
Yep.
And 29-30, $2.14 million.
So can I understand, so you've given me the funding profile for the data hub. What did you spend the $4 million on this last financial year?
That includes funds 5 ASL in the bureaus, in the road safety data hub and analysis team.
Yes.
And that also funds the procurement of data as well.
So when we procure data, is this paying states for their data?
No, so that includes, for example, procuring the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare to provide sort of data on injuries, and as I said before, as well at the moment procuring sort of additional weather data to see the link between weather at the time of crashes.
How much of the 5 ASL out of the 4 million per annum?
So I've got the forecast for say 26, 27. The forecast for the ASL is, sorry, that one, I've got a figure here, but sorry, I'll need to take that on notice because I'm not sure whether that's currently just for the ASL or for ASL plus supplier. So I just need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you, if you could.
Senator Mackenzie, we can also provide you with some information about what we're doing on some ADRs for pedestrians and cyclists as well, if you would like.
That'd be great. On notice would be fantastic.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. As I am. Thank you, Ms Hall.
Always good to check.
It is. What data is being collected and from what sources and how often? Thank you.
Yes, so we collect data from each state and territory. We gather that quite regularly. So, for example, that feeds into our monthly road deaths publications. We also get data, monthly is also up to quarterly from states and territories as well on road deaths involving heavy vehicles. And we also get population data to support that. That's from the ABS. And we also get non-fatal road traffic crash casualty data that's collated from a report provided by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Thank you. Is the data available to external bodies, and if so, under what circumstances?
So most of the data is available publicly. That's on the Road Safety Data Hub. There is a subset of data, I believe it is the sort of in the crash database where third parties can put in an application to get access to certain data, and that is then considered collectively by jurisdictions that own the data.
Okay, but we are not... when we procure data, are there any payments to states and territories in this process for data?
I don't believe so, but I'll need to check that and come back.
Okay, thank you. How many applications have you received to access the road safety data?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. And how many been approved? And for the unapproved applications, what's been the limitations or reasons for not fulfilling the request? And is the department putting measures in place to make the data more accessible?
That's our plan.
That's the plan?
Yeah, we try to make it as accessible as possible for everybody to use.
Data's good.
That's right.
Data helps everybody. As long as it's not my personal data or your personal data. We have the midterm review. What's the process that's been undertaken to conduct the review?
Thanks, Senator. So the review was conducted through a procurement. So EY facilitated the review for us.
They're never cheap. How much was that?
I may have to take that on notice if that's all right.
Really? Why?
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I bet it's there. Yes, I am.
While she's looking for it, Senator, do you have other questions?
Sorry?
While she's looking for it, do you have other questions?
I do. What were the outcomes of the survey? And it was an online survey, wasn't it?
There was an online survey as part of the consultation.
Any other, consultation processes?
Yes, EY consulted with the states and territories as part of the review.
Okay, we left the rest of it to EY.
And sorry, Senator, I do have the contract value for that for
Right.
you. It is, including GST, $503,920.
Thank you. And how long did it take?
That contract started in August of last year.
Okay, and was there consultation with road safety advocates?
I understand it only through the consultation, the online portal. The portal, yeah.
So given the consultation period concluded 6 months ago, when will the review be completed, and has the Minister been briefed on the outcomes?
So the review, the final draft is with us and has been shared with jurisdictions. We're yet to brief the Minister on the final report in full.
Has she seen the draft? If it's gone to other jurisdictions?
The Minister's office, I think, has been provided with the key findings. We've not provided the full report to the Minister's office as yet.
Okay. When did you brief the office?
It would have been as part of our preparations for ETM.
Yeah, so what day? Tuesday, the whatevers?
I may have to take the exact date on notice.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. So what will be the output from the review? New action plan?
Yeah, we'll feed into the new action plan.
A new action plan?
Yeah.
Or an update of the old action plan?
So the old action plan ran from 2023 to 2025.
Yeah. Where we saw pedestrian deaths go up. So we're having a new one that's going to hopefully see that trajectory go down, right?
Yes, that's the aim.
That's the aim. Given the steady increase in road fatalities over the past 5 years, is the government proposing to abandon the national target of halving the road deaths by 2030?
No, Senator.
That will still be a key pillar of the new action plan.
I think it's a national agreement that all jurisdictions are aiming for, is to try and meet those targets. They are very aspirational, but...
Sorry?
It's aligned with the UN target.
Okay, great. How has the department used the data you've collected to inform your funding agreements to develop evidence-based responses to real-world road safety issues? Like, have you been able to use that database that you now have to inform funding agreements, nudge jurisdictions?
So, Senator, we use that information in regards to the development of programs. So I think we've had conversations previously in regards to the road safety program, for example, where we used information to roll out wide centre lines and things like that on a rollout of small programs, so that we can get quick wins in regards to those actions, and we know that they actually achieve good outcomes very, very quickly. They inform things like, as we said before, the Active Transport Fund. We will be doing a review of the grants, as I mentioned before, to see the success or otherwise, so that when those grant funds complete, we can then provide advice to government on what the next steps might be in regards to those national road safety grants. And they obviously informed the research, so we do use that data. But we also use the data in regards to, as I mentioned, to look at what goes into the action plan in areas that may want to be targeted across the national Commonwealth more broadly. So, for example, motorcyclists we know are a key area of road deaths and injuries. So there is an opportunity for all of the jurisdictions to get together and think about how they might want to do a national campaign, and I don't necessarily mean a media campaign, but a national campaign in regards to the messaging that they want to put out around motorcyclists, for example, and that's how we use it, because we know the sorts of things that the injuries that are sustained through motorcycle accidents are because a number of motorcyclists aren't wearing protective clothing, for example. So jurisdictions are therefore using the data that we collect to develop programs to encourage motorcyclists to purchase the right equipment to wear.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think Senator Scarr's got some.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Which minister's responsible for making decisions on grants to fund critical safety upgrades to roads under the Road Black Spot program? Which minister makes those decisions?
Circulated a note earlier on which set out the allocation of responsibilities between Minister King and Minister Bain, who would be the two relevant ministers.
What's the demarcation between the two of them?
I'm looking to somebody to help me answer that question.
So Minister King is responsible for all funding decisions. So she's responsible in regards to if there is a change to the funding envelope. And she, as the senior minister, she takes that through to Cabinet. In regards to decisions around what's within the funding envelope, that sits with Minister McBain.
Okay.
But Black Spots is an unusual program in regards to it's actually set up through a panel that makes recommendations.
Yeah. So in terms of the funding which is given to each state or territory, whose decision's that?
Is that Minister King's responsibility in regards to how the allocations are made, and then it's what's within.
So the total allocation and also the allocation as between states and territories falls within Minister King's purview, and the actual decisions with respect to specific projects falls within Minister McBain's purview. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. And it's helpfully set out in the Ministerial Responsibility Schedule. Thank you. In 2025, there were 354 deaths on New South Wales roads. This was an 8.3% increase on the previous year. It was the worst statewide result in New South Wales since 2017. What research does the department have on the contribution of poor New South Wales road conditions to the increase in road deaths in that state? Do you have any research indicating why there was this increase in road deaths in New South Wales, and to what extent they can be attributable to the sorts of issues which are covered by the Black Spot program?
So, Senator, I don't think we would have any specific linkages between the number of deaths and the quality of the roads, but there's certainly work that is done between the collection of data and with the states and territories looking into I guess some of the factors that do contribute to deaths on a holistic level. One of the things that we spoke about earlier was, excuse me, the investment that the government announced in the budget context for us to do new research piece into some of the causal factors around how and why accidents are occurring, and I would expect that the condition of roads might be a contributing factor that would be explored through that piece of work.
Okay.
So just taking a step back, however, we did do some work with MUARC that looks at, so MUARC is the Monash University Accident Research Centre, and they've done a presentation that actually went to road safety ministers that talks about the conditions of roads versus driver behaviour. As well as it's a third element. There's a third element as well. I'm too tired to. But there's another element as well. I'll get
Tiredness,
it for you.
Fatigue.
Yeah, but, and how the three of them are actually integrated, and it it's actually quite an important piece in regards to saying that not one particular factor, speed was the other one, not one particular factor necessarily outweighs the other. It's usually a culmination of each of those that contributes.
Okay. So obviously, okay, I might cut to the chase a bit. The timing in relation to announcing funding for black spot projects in each of the states and territories, what are the protocols with respect to announcing the projects that are being funded for each particular state and territory for the, say, the 25-26 year, 26-27 year? Is there a protocol that applies as to when you announce?
Senator, so yes and no. So the way the black spot program operates is each state and territory has what we call a black spot consultative panel. It's chaired by a member of the Commonwealth government. Excuse me. So those panels meet once a year to determine, make recommendations on the projects to be funded in that I guess year's allocation. The projects that are recommended by that panel then go to the Minister for decision, and once the Minister's made her decision on those, then the projects are announced. The projects themselves then can be multi-year projects, so they have 2 to 3 years to be constructed.
And on that, Senator Scarr, sorry, it is 9, but do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I do on this. I was just warming up.
Sure, in that case, let's go for a 15-minute break. Otherwise, I was going to say, cool down, and then we'll go to a break later. But let's have a 15-minute for the staff behind the screen,
our
diligent staff.
Absolutely.
Behind the screen. Thank you very much. Senator Scarr, you're just starting to warm up. The floor is yours.
I've got to get going again. Stretch again. Okay, so in terms of the Black Spot program, you've got these panels that give advice in relation to each state and territory projects. They meet once a year and you get the advice from each of the panels and then you make the announcement following consideration of the advice. Is that correct?
1 hour and 3/4.
So if that's the case, is there some timeline whereby panels are expected to report by a certain date, so funding decisions can be considered and announced by a certain date, so that all the announcements for each state and territory are made within, say, being generous, plus or minus 1 month?
So, Senator, there's not a defined timeline for the panels to meet and make their decisions, but it is based on a financial year allocation. So the panels will generally try and meet at a point in time where they've got sufficient time to make the recommendations to the Minister for those projects to get underway in that financial year, but there's not a defined timeline for them.
Okay, so say for the 25-26 financial year, when would the panels be looking to make their recommendations to the Minister for announcements?
So I think it...
In general principle?
Yeah, I think it would vary state to state and on the composition and the availability of the panel and the panel chair.
Well, they're only meeting once and they've got to do this piece of work in anticipation or prior to a certain financial year. So there's no expectation on a panel that say they've got to meet by 31 December or by, at least in terms of by a calendar quarter?
I could take it on notice for you, Senator, to check, but my understanding is there's not a fixed date, but I will take it on notice for you.
Well, I'm surprised you need to take that on notice, and the reason I say that is I would have thought if they have one meeting and they've got one job in terms of providing funding recommendations with respect to black spot funding in a particular state or territory, someone should communicate to the chair, and certainly if I were the chair, I would be asking, when do we have to have this meeting by, so I can provide the relevant recommendation to the Minister. That doesn't happen?
So the team work with all of the panels and their panel chairs to make sure that they can meet as early as possible to get the funding out the door.
Okay. I'll just stop you there. Yep. So they meet as early as possible to get the funding out the door. So what would be the earliest typical time frame?
However...
By when?
However...
So in a particular financial year, by when?
However... it all depends on the type of projects that are going forward. It depends on the complexity. It depends on... There's a whole range. This is a program that has been around for a very, 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 very long time.
Sure. Yep.
And the process has not changed in regards to that, except for to say that the...
It's still shambolic.
Except for to say that we now allow not just what we actually fund has actually changed, so that we can actually be a little bit more proactive and not just rely on black spots that have actually been where a death has occurred previously.
Which is great.
So,
which is good. Great.
So,
but I do not understand, and I'll come to the timing of the particular announcement shortly, I do not understand why you don't even have an indicative calendar for when the committees are to meet and provide their recommendations. You don't have it even by 31 December, by 31 October. You don't even have that sort of indicative guide.
We would like panels to meet as early as possible to get funding that is very, very important to make a difference in regards to road safety out the door. Absolutely. We would totally support that, but we understand that because they're actually using very specific data to make the recommendations, sometimes it's a bit difficult to do that.
So where's the data coming from? Is the issue the state governments and territory governments?
The way that the program works, and I'll get Ms Kendall to correct me if I'm wrong here, is that we collect the data is actually based on not only information that comes from states and territories, but people can make submissions, is my understanding.
Yeah, so anybody can make a nomination to the Black Spot panel for a site. And then the states and territories primarily are then the holders of that data, and the local governments for the who are the project proponents.
So we managed to announce a budget.
It's a rolling,
each year. Sorry, let me
program,
finish.
though. Sorry.
We managed to announce a budget in May each year, right? And that has so many moving parts, so much different data to be considered. What were the announcements for what was the timing of each of the announcements in the 25-26 year for each of the states and territories? Do you have that?
The specific dates of the announcements?
Or even month?
Yeah, I haven't got it with me, but I can get that for you.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you. Let me put it to you. So, New South Wales, well, let me put the question this way. Most state 2025 black spot grants were announced in March prior to the election, right? Most of them. Given the increasing New South Wales road toll, why was the government late and delayed the announcement of the 2025-26 black spot funding grants for New South Wales projects until the end of 2025? So the announcement for New South Wales black spot funding projects for the 25-26 year was made in late 2025? Is that correct?
As I said, I don't have the date for the exact announcement, but that could be correct, yes.
Well, sorry, I don't need the exact date. Was it made in, say, the last few months of the 2025 calendar year?
I've got that data with me, that date with me, sorry, Senator.
So the question I'm asking is, why is it that certain states had their announcements made prior to the commencement of the financial year, prior to the election, and then other states and territories had their announcements made after the election much later? Because when I look at that, and I'll be very open and frank with you, it raises perceptions of why is the timing different with respect to different states and territories? Is there some sort of overlay in terms of consideration of the timing of announcements rather than just a bona fide making announcements in an efficient and effective way?
So what we will do, Senator, is because Ms Kendall wasn't in the role at that particular time, so she's having a look through historical information to see if she can find the answers to your questions. But what we will do for your information and take on notice is we will look at when the panels were established and when the panels met and when the announcements, and we'll provide that on notice for each jurisdiction for you.
Well, I've got a fair idea, Ms Hall, as I've said to you about the timing. The question I have is, why is it that in some jurisdictions the announcements were made just before the election or before the election in Queensland, Victoria, Western Australia and Tasmania, and then we've got these outliers, South Australia wasn't made until the end of 2025 and New South Wales until late 2025.
That's what I'm saying, because sometimes it depends on when the panel was established and sometimes it depends on the information and the projects that were actually submitted by the public and all the local government, all the states, and then the information that they needed to be able to assess those projects, because it comes from a variety of sources. So it is a complex program because it's actually based on specific data to be able to assess and get the funding.
Well, so's the budget.
No, this is actually road safety. Was there actually a death? You know, when was the death actually occurred?
No, Ms Hall, I understand that, but if it's a rolling program, I come back to my original point, that there should be an indicative calendar that everyone's working towards to make the announcements for the forthcoming financial year. You shouldn't have a situation where announcements are made late in 2025 with respect to the 25-26 financial year in some cases, but then in other cases they're made straight before the election.
And that's up to the panel in regards to when they've assessed those projects. Right. So we will come back to you in regards to that. I hear what you're saying. We will come back.
Well, I got to tell you, looking at it objectively, it raises all sorts of questions. So, is it true that Minister McBain made one announcement on the long weekend of Christmas, the Christmas long weekend on Sunday, 28 December 2025?
I don't know about that.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Why would the minister make an announcement on the Christmas long day weekend with respect to this project? I mean, we've already talked about the fact some were made before the election, some were made at the end of 2025, and Minister McBain chooses to make an announcement on the Christmas long weekend. Minister?
I'd need to see the press release, but I mean, let's...
You don't need to see the press release.
No, I do. No, Senator Scott. No, excuse me. Senator Scott, you're referring to documents that I don't have in front of me, okay, in terms of a media release. So please, let me see the copy of the media release and I can take that question on notice for you.
Okay.
We're getting the press release
all right.
now, Minister.
We'll get the press release. I mean, what sort of costs, and you can take this on notice, what sort of costs were incurred by the department? Presumably if the minister decides to make an announcement on the Christmas long weekend, they need members from the department to support the minister, is that correct? So was anyone called in during their Christmas long weekend to hold the minister's hand whilst they made an announcement?
No, Senator, not to the best of my knowledge.
So she just... So the minister made the announcement independent of any department official being with them. Could you take that on notice, please, Minister, whether or not the minister had anyone from the department with them?
We can take that on notice.
And why the minister chose to make the announcement on the Christmas long weekend? So what was the reason for the one-year delay in the minister announcing the ACT Black Spot grants for the 2025-26 year on 29 April 2026?
So, Senator, that's to do with the timing of the ACT panel meeting. So the panel hadn't met for some time.
So who was chair of the panel at the time?
So the chair of the ACT panel, bear with me one moment, is Alicia Payne.
Right. And did the member have any reason for why they couldn't convene the panel earlier than...
Senator.
Okay. So was there an alternate? Was there a substitute to chair the panel, or was some arrangement made? Because here we've got the announcement made on 29 April 2026 in relation to projects being funded in that financial year, which is already 3/4 of the way through.
Yes, Senator. I suppose the projects themselves, while there's a funding allocation within that year, the projects themselves are multi-year projects, so they will be delivered over a 2 to 3 year period.
On what date did the chair of the New South Wales Black Spot Consultative Committee, Labor MP Fiona Phillips, lodge the committee's recommendations for the 2025-26 Black Spot funding? So we've talked about how the funding was announced late in 2025, and you've talked about the role which the consultative committees play. If I can ask you to take on notice perhaps the date on which each of the committees made their recommendations with respect to their projects for the 2025-26 year, and then the date of announcement for each of the projects, each of the states and territories for the 25-26 year. So I can compare the dates of the recommendations and the announcements. And also, is there a process after the committees make their recommendations that you circle back to the state and territory governments?
Yes, Senator. So after the panel meetings, it can take some time for the state and territory agencies to pull together that full package of information that then forms a recommendation to the minister.
Okay. All right. Well, could you also, maybe you can prepare a table that also tells me when each state and territory signed off on the recommendations. I do have the minister's media release, Minister. If you want to have a look at that, I'd like to give you the courtesy of having a look at that. Do I need to table that, Chair? I've got copies of it.
It's just been tabled, Senator Scott.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
I believe that's the same one.
Yeah.
There's two different ones.
Then I found it.
Oh, which one did we take?
Both.
I think they'd like to table both.
No.
Both. Okay.
No, McBain's fine. This one. Not
Maybe I've got the wrong one. This is Minister
Which one are we
McBain.
tabling?
McBain.
Sunday, 28 December 2025.
Sure.
Chair?
We will table it. Let's table it.
I must say I wasn't anxiously awaiting the announcement
No, you'd already
on that day.
Right.
Well, ministers do continue to work.
Thanks, Scholar.
I'm sure.
Over the holidays.
I'm sure.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, I'm reading this.
Sure.
And I can't see any reason why, on the face of it, this announcement's being made on 28 December 2025. So, if you could...
Senator Scarr, thank you. And I'm not sure if my microphone's on. Is it? Yep. It is? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Scarr. I do have a copy of the press release in front of me, and I do acknowledge that holiday time is a time when we all do call on motorists and Australians, wherever they're travelling, to be very careful on roads. So sure. I could well understand why the Minister would do it, but I have agreed to take that question on notice as to that particular date for you.
And if you could also take on notice why it is that the announcement with respect to from the Minister's perspective, why the announcement with respect to New South Wales and South Australia for the 25-26 Black Spot program is being announced 6 months into the relevant financial year.
Absolutely, Senator Scarr. I think it's just really important that our government continues to work in this space in terms of Black Spot program funding, and I certainly appreciate the work that's being done, in particular with the Northern Territory.
Okay, thank you. Could you also take on notice the dates on which the department provided briefings? So just finishing my process map, you've got the panel. The panel makes a recommendation. That's then considered by the relevant state or territory, and presumably the department then gives a brief to the Minister. Is that correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so could you add the date on which you've given a brief to the Minister in relation to each of the states or territories, just for that 25-26 year? Okay. What's the ACT government's annual allocated share of Black Spot program funding?
I'll get that for you, Senator, 1 second. So the ACT's 25-26 program allocation was $2 million, and the 26-27 program allocation is $2.4 million.
Okay, so my understanding is the Minister, when announcing the program, announced almost $7 million, actually $6.7 million in Black Spot grants to the ACT for the 26-27 program. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, I will correct that, Senator. So that's the allocation on paper. What sometimes happens, so as I mentioned, the ACT panel hadn't met for a number of years, so they would have had annual allocations in the years prior where the panel didn't convene. That funding was then rolled forward to enable the announcement of a greater number of projects.
So the panel didn't convene for a number of years?
The ACT panel did not, correct.
So there was funding potentially available for the ACT and it wasn't allocated because the panel didn't meet?
Yes.
Can you provide details with respect to the dates on which perhaps each of the panels have met for each of the states and territories for the last 3 years, please?
We can take that on notice.
So in relation to Victoria, what's the allocation for Victoria, annual allocation?
So Victoria, for the 25-26 program, had an allocation of $40.5 million, and the 26-27 program an allocation of $43 million. Okay,
so again, there just seems a disconnect with there was an announcement of $48 million in funding?
Yes, and again, sorry, there are sometimes savings from earlier years that then get incorporated into
Okay, I can understand the savings aspect. It's less troubling than the fact the panel didn't meet. Okay. And so in that sort of situation, is the recommendation to the Minister, how does the panel deal with that? They've actively got that amount in reserve, which they consider the next year. Is that how it works?
That's right, yeah. They're aware of what their allocations are across a rolling program.
Okay. All right. Okay, so there was no connection with respect to having, in terms of upping the Victorian expenditure. Obviously, the federal government's put all this money in relation to the suburban rail loop project, and therefore potentially there's less funding for Victoria in relation to roads generally. Was the black spot program used in a way to try and address that shortfall?
No, Senator.
Senator, just going back to the issue around ACT not meeting, we'll take that on notice, but it's worth noting that until recently, the criteria was actually very strict in regards to how the funding could actually be spent. You actually had to demonstrate that there had been fatalities over a period of time in particular regions, so it may be that they didn't actually meet the criteria to actually use the funding. And so we've now changed that based on a request from the Australian government, which allows them to use funding for forward-looking risk areas. So,
well, presumably, if that were the case, Ms Hall, there should be some sort of documentation in relation to a communication with the chair.
We will come back to you.
So if you can have a look at that.
But yes, there's...
that would be useful. I'm about to start a new set of questions, Chair. That's okay.
It's in your hands.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Senator Cadell, you want to...
I'm going to talk about real-world testing, if I can. A bit of a car nut. Saw the advertising came out about real-world testing and some underperforming cars. MG Force, 31% less than advertised. BYD Dolphin, 24% advertised. Tesla Model 3, 14%. And on hybrid cars, you know, a 27%, 19% underperforming. If that's what we're getting in real-world testing, how is the funding going forward? Have we only got 2 years more funding for the real-world testing, and but NVES, we're only 2 years into a 5-year program? How's that work?
So thank you for the question, Senator. Actually, at the budget, the government allocated an additional $3.5 million for next financial year. So it was an extension of the program by 1 year.
But, yeah, it goes for 1 more year, so that's 3 years total. But 4 years total, but NVES goes for 5. We're not going to look all the way through?
So, well, I mean, maybe just to take a step back, Senator. So NVES being the new vehicle efficiency...
The first 5-year implementation,
Right. So headline limits are set for the NVES until 2029. Additional headline limits can be set under the legislation, but the legislation exists in perpetuity.
Yep.
And I will also say the NVES operates on the basis of the laboratory test. So using WLTP or NEDC, there's 2 different types of tests. And so that's actually what the real-world testing program is comparing against. So not so much the advertised emissions value, but the laboratory test. So that's what the real-world testing program is comparing against.
But you're comparing real-world to... Okay. Should there be a third column that says the advertised versus the laboratory versus the real world?
So, sorry, and I don't mean to make a distinction without a difference, Senator. There is an obligation on vehicle suppliers, on many vehicles, I should say, to include on their vehicle a sticker that shows the laboratory test for that vehicle.
Okay, but, let's go back to that. Volkswagen sold nearly 60,000 cars between 2011 and 2014. Yep. Laboratory test was a mode they had in their car. They'll fined $125 million by the federal court. They think $30 billion worldwide they got fined. Yep. That was the laboratory results that they were honest with on laboratory. They just found a way around it. Are we looking at taking any action on these vehicles for the laboratory not making real world?
Yeah. It's a very good question, Senator. And in fact, that actually goes to the 2 different testing frameworks that we have in Australia. So the NEDC test was the test that was done during that period. And in reaction to actually what happened, the WLTP test was invented to better be able to test the real-world test. Now, look, the government has implemented something called Euro 6, which is actually a noxious emissions standard, but that also implements a WLTP LTP test. And so at the moment, where the car market is, we're actually in a period of transition. Lots of cars still use NEDC, but new ones being brought in are tested to WLTP. And so we're currently in a process of transition. That will conclude on the 1st of July 2028, when it will be mandatory for Euro 6 to be implemented against all cars.
I've had my tar taken from Kooragang Island over the pits and had an emission test put it when I was a young lad at Newcastle, so I'm pretty on these emissions things. So my thing is, how much have, what's one of the bigger ones we'll get here, BYD, how much have they claimed in, in credits so far?
Yeah. That might be a question I have to refer to my colleague, Ms. Najjar.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Karen Najjar, Assistant Secretary and the NVES Regulator.
Yep.
We have actually published the outcomes of all of our 2025 interim emissions values. I'll just find you the two details I have here.
Give me probably GWM, Great Wall, sorry, and MG and BYD.
So, Senator, I can give you the breakdown by each, what's called the VTA, or the Vehicle Type Approval Holder. So the first that you mentioned, BYD, there's actually two entities called BYD. One is BYD Auto Co Limited, and their IEV at the end of the 2025 performance period was 4,234,294. So because they overperformed, that is the number of credits that they have available to claim.
Hang on a second. Overperformed
against the targets, Senator.
Okay, but overperformed in lab test or overperforming? I mean, some of these things are 24, 23% under real world versus lab. I know we're talking about the lab thing here. So I go to a lab, no matter, we've seen what software can do in a lab versus real world, yet we're saying they've overperformed, so they get $4 million, but they've underperformed in the real world by 20%.
Senator, the NVES, as my colleague, Mr Cathage, pointed out, is actually based on the laboratory testing. And just to be clear, that was the number of units, not $4 million. It was the number of units.
It's based on emissions offset, surely.
So it's based on how the vehicles have performed at a fleet level against the target for that fleet. So would it be helpful if I go through the Type 1 and Type 2 vehicles, if I might just go back a step. Sorry, Senator, just finding you the right data. So every vehicle that comes in under the NVES has a vehicle type, either a Type 1 or Type 2 vehicle, and they have different what's called headline limits set into the legislation for those different types. So for the 2025 performance year, which I think we've talked about before, was the half a year from the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of December. The Type 1 target was 114, I believe. Hang on, let me find the right number. I beg your pardon, it was the Type 1 target was actually 144 grams per kilo of CO2, and the Type 2 target was 210. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I've got numbers everywhere. And so when I'm talking about the interim emissions value, or the final performance of our entities, it's looking at every one of the vehicles that's come in, and then how it's performed against that Type 1 or Type 2 number.
But only on the lab tests?
That's correct, Senator.
As a taxpayer, as someone here, I find it really hard to believe we're going on something your own department's proven not to be true in real world life. We're giving $4 million in probably a 6-month period, if we're talking about that, to one company that has underperformed in real life, that you've done the testing yourself that we know is underperforming, but we still pay them as if they are performing. What are we doing? Is there any talk within the work department to change this?
Well, can I flag a few things, Senator? So the new vehicle efficiency standard is really largely based on policies that have been in place in the world for a very long time.
Yep.
All of those policies, as far as we can tell, have been in place from a pre-service perspective. So they're regulating the vehicle before it enters service. All of those schemes, they don't go back and look to see how far the car's been driven, whether it's spent time in a garage, for example, and therefore is not emitting anything. They're all really based on the qualities of the vehicle at the time that they brought into the system, if I can put it like that. And there are some differences in how they work, but none of them regulate in service. The second thing I think I'd flag for you is that the purpose of the real-world testing program, and as I understand it, it was an election commitment 2 elections ago, was to really say, well, lots of cars, it doesn't matter whether they're electric, it doesn't matter whether they're hybrids, lots of cars that are petrol and diesel also underperform. The only difference is, of course, those cars also have noxious emissions. And so we regulate those, and so they can underperform against those noxious emissions as well. So I probably just draw out those distinctions for you, Senator.
Has the department or anyone made any representations to the ACCC or other bodies to do the same thing as we did to Volkswagen, seeing they underperformed?
Well, I'd say just because a car underperforms in the real world against the emissions test that we've set in law doesn't mean that they're in breach of their obligations. There are lots of factors that can give rise to...
We spoke about the sticker on the window,
yep.
Right? What does the sticker on the window say?
Well, it gives a grams per kilometre
under lab
rating.
Conditions.
Under lab conditions, either at WLTP or NEDC.
But if I go to buy a car, I'm looking at that in the window thinking I get that range.
That's right.
I'm fundamentally getting 31% less in real world conditions. That is fraud.
Well, I wouldn't describe it as fraud, but that is in fact the purpose of the...
How would you describe it?
Deceptive conduct?
Well, the court has considered that question. In fact, I believe it was a Mitsubishi case a few years ago. The test is the test that's been designed across the globe, right? This is not a bespoke test that the Australian government has put in place. We're not aware of defeat devices. In fact, the WLTP testing program is designed to try and show that up. Yeah.
So we have all these international... We don't make cars in Australia, so all these international car companies, some of them are collecting money despite seriously underperforming. The numbers don't add up. If we're working on 144 as a Type 1... and we're doing 30% less in real world, they're probably not meeting that criteria in the real world, are they? We want to solve real world problems. This isn't a laboratory problem we're solving. It's a real world problem on emissions, but we're saying, forget the real world.
Well, I just say to you, Senator, that the purpose of the real world testing program was to provide better information to consumers about the performance of their vehicles in the real world. That was the objective of the program, and I'd say it's achieving that objective.
Okay, then if we go to provide better information to consumers, when are we enforcing that the sticker on the car will be real world testing and not laboratory testing?
Well, at the end of the day, a regulatory change like that would be a matter for government.
But if you just said the purpose was to give real world for consumers... But we're still allowing the non-real world data to be advertised.
That's correct, and I should say, Senator, there is a website called the Green Vehicle Guide that was put in place in 2005, I believe, and upgraded in 2022. That provides information for consumers about the performance of their vehicles. It also provides fuel-saving tips on how consumers can save tips while driving, and that is linked in with the real-world testing program. So we seek to provide an array of information to the consumer.
Thank you very much. There we are. Anyone?
Yeah.
Senator McKenzie.
Oh.
Senator Scarr. Any takers?
Yeah. I've just got some questions about the independent imported vehicle sector.
Very simple. Euro 6.
Yes. So Euro 6 prescribes maximum emission limits for motor vehicles suitable for Australia?
Correct.
Yes, yes. And is it correct that the road vehicle standard rules allows importation of low emission use vehicles under an environmental scheme?
Through the SEV scheme, that's correct, yeah.
SEV scheme,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, apologies, Senator. It's a specialist and enthusiast vehicle scheme.
Okay. And is it also correct that countries like Japan and Europe, through international agreements, likewise accept EU6?
Oh, in part. There are differences between the standards adopted in different jurisdictions. So, for example, the Japanese standard is not equivalent to the Australian standard because it only tests vehicles for noxious emissions at 80,000 kilometres and not the full, I believe it's 160,000 kilometres. That's correct, yeah.
So they've got to test under real-world conditions, not laboratory conditions?
No, I mean, the testing framework is based on a test vehicle being driven at 80,000 kilometres. Yeah. On a dynamic roller, I believe, Senator, not in the real world.
Sorry, Paula Stagfus, Assistant Secretary, Surface Transport Emissions and Policy. No, so they are similarly doing a laboratory test.
On a rolling dyno.
Yeah, but to 80,000 rather than 160,000, which is our requirement.
So there does seem to be concerns that there's a technicalities being used to bar access to the low emission vehicles from a market like Japan for new SEVs applications. So why is that going to that they only tested at 80,000? Is that, what's the why is it an actual tangible and real world problem? Or is it just that we haven't got around to updating our standards, which is another question we will have on an electric vehicles spying on Australians later.
And it may be my colleagues have a comment in relation to the SEV scheme, but just to flag, Senator, the emissions control device in your vehicle, it degrades as it gets older, as it goes further. And so that's the reason for the differences between the Japanese standard and the Australian standard, to make sure that we're sure that, in Australian conditions, where vehicles are driven quite a lot, that they still sort of retain their qualities of low noxious emissions. So the Euro 6D standard became mandatory, I believe it was the 1st of December last year, and at that point it applied to vehicles on the SEVs register. And so SEVs, vehicles that are imported on the SEVs register from Japan that rely on the Japanese standard were no longer considered equivalent, and so therefore they need to show that equivalence to the department.
And how would they do that?
Well, I might hand to my colleagues at the Road Vehicle Standards Division.
Road Vehicle Standards Division, hello.
Hello, Senator. Melissa Cashman, Assistant Secretary for Vehicle Safety Policy and Partnerships. So, yes, we understand that a couple of applicants to have vehicles put onto the SEVs register, the Specialist Enthusiast Vehicle Register, have been able to show an equivalency between the Japanese have been able to show that the vehicle standard that comes from Japan would also meet our 160 kilometre...
But that's on an individual basis, is it? Or per car, model, or you're able to model?
One per model, yeah.
Right.
So not every individual car, but if they can show that the model they want to put on can meet the standard, then they can bring it through.
Right, and what sort of process do they have to undertake to get that approval?
I understand one did it by demonstrating that the parts that were in the Japanese model were the identical parts that were tested and provided in Europe, which also requires the 160,000 kilometre
Would they be like
cycle.
cats and extractors? These things with catalytic converters and... Yeah, sorry.
I couldn't tell you
He's a car guy.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't even try to guess at the parts, Senator, but yeah, that's one way of doing it.
There's an argument to be made that there are affordable, low emissions EU6 cars available, given we don't have an industry here anymore of car making, that we should make available to Australians. And I'm just wondering what the rationale is. Is it something we're going to review going forward?
Do you want me to continue?
I don't know who to ask.
Yeah, the part of the legislation, Senator, that deals with vehicles that can go onto the Specialist and Enthusiast Register for emissions-type vehicles It requires that any vehicle that is added onto the SEVS register meets or exceeds Australia's emission standards. So when the standard was upgraded in December last year, any new vehicles that are going to be added to the SEVS register need to meet or exceed that standard. Vehicles that are currently on the SEVS register can stay for the 3 years. The legislation has always been clear that if you get added to the SEVS register, you have a guaranteed 3 years for that vehicle, so they can stay. But vehicles being added to the register again or for the first time have to meet or exceed the standard.
Okay, so on the 24th of May, a spokesman for Minister King said that the department has been working with the sector to develop a solution that could enable Japanese domestic market vehicles to demonstrate that they meet our new requirements. So what solutions are you developing?
Do you have the exact...
I can have a crack. Yeah, so we have been in discussions with the Australian Imported Motor Vehicle Industry Association about what would be reasonable. As I mentioned, the real question is one of equivalency. Can you show that a vehicle manufactured to a different standard is equivalent to the Australian standard? As Ms Cashman mentioned, one method is to show that the part used has been...
Yes, no, we've traversed that.
Yeah.
So the Minister said she's working on solutions.
Yes, we're working with the Industry Association about what would be reasonable. For example, whether or not a PEMS test, a real-world test, could be done on the vehicle to show that it is in fact equivalent. We're working through those issues with the suppliers.
And so, when did you last meet with them?
I believe it was a few weeks ago. I'd have to take the exact date on notice, I'm afraid.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah.
Has the Minister met with them for a direct discussion?
I'm not aware if she has, Senator.
So what's the timeline to have this resolved, given the Minister's been so public about wanting to find a solution?
Yeah, we're working through the issues with the suppliers. We haven't landed on a solution yet, and obviously any regulatory change would be a matter for the Minister.
So have we started drafting
we're working through
options?
We're working through some issues, yeah.
So, when you say you met with them a couple of weeks ago, and what date was that? You're very good on the details.
I'm apologetic.
So I'm very confident.
we can find. I'm sure we can find a date quickly.
Yes,
I will note
that would be great.
We have also, of course, exchanged emails and things like that. It's not just not meeting as well.
Right.
He has a nice turn of phrase.
Yes, he does.
Thank you, Senator.
He's one of your kind.
I'm sorry.
Large car manufacturers it was a compliment, had 12 to 18 months of lead time to prepare for ADR 7905. Independent SEVS importers had the same timeline, but no manufacturer support, no access to EU type approval records, no confirmed compliance pathway before implementation. Did the department conduct a small business impact assessment specific to used vehicle importers before gazettal, and if so, can this committee see it?
So can I just double check the question, Senator? The question was the small business impact assessment done before Euro 6 was put in place?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I can go to the consultation and the draft regulation impact statement that was put in place.
Is that publicly available?
It is, and we can provide you the links on notice.
Yes.
There were, in fact, 2 rounds of consultation on this particular matter. The first was in December 2026 through to March 2027, when the department released...
Happened yet, I find that difficult to believe.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. 2016 and 2017, where the department published a draft regulation impact statement and consulted with the sector. The second time was in October 2020 to February 2021, when the draft regulation impact statement was again consulted on with industry. The final draft RIS was published in November to December 2022. And then finally, the policy was announced in December 2023. So we can provide those details on notice if you like, Senator.
Okay. Can the department confirm whether the Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries were consulted during the development of ADR 7905?
Yes.
Yes. And the Productivity Commission found the net consumer benefits of deregulating used vehicle imports. Can I just understand if there was a different treatment between the FACI, FCAI, and the AIMVIA? Were both sort of submissions treated equally, or was preference given to, or were the AIMVIA consulted?
Well, I mean,
or only the FCAI?
So I can go through the consultation process. Each of the three consultation processes.
Were both groups?
So it was a public consultation. The FCAI made a submission. I don't believe the AIMVA made a submission, Senator.
Thank you, which makes it hard to consider. But did you meet with them?
I wasn't in the role at the time.
Department?
I'm not sure. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay,
The first consultation was 2016, Senator, so we'd have to go back a bit.
So the Australian Design Rule Harmonisation Review was specifically framed about reducing barriers to vehicle supply. Has the review considered the disproportionate impact of approval timeframes and documentation requirements?
Hi, Senator. The Australian ADR Harmonisation Review report was provided from the independent reviewer, Dr Warren Munley, directly to Minister King, and government is considering that review at the moment.
Okay, so when was it handed to the Minister?
30th of June 2025.
Okay, so it's been on the desk for nearly a year. Secretary, have you been asked to sort of have an announcement timeline? Has that been developed by the department?
We have been discussing the review with the ministers, Senator. The responsibility for the review has been passed from Minister King to Assistant Minister Chisholm. We've spoken to both officers. I understand Assistant Minister Chisholm has spoken with Dr Mundy recently, and so we can see things are moving, and we
at a glacial pace, a year. Because there's a lot of people looking forward to, because once you release the review, then we've got to. Have you been working on drafting implementation regulations?
Oh, ever since we first saw the review, Senator, we've been considering how the different recommendations could be addressed either through our current processes or with changes to processes. So
the government adopting the review, you'll be able to commence implementation quite quickly. You won't have to go through a whole.
The timeline will be a matter for government, Senator.
Yes, clearly, 30th of June 2025. The department has redacted the discretionary approval sections of the Specialist and Enthusiast Vehicles Register from public view. What's the basis for that reduction?
I don't recall any particular reductions. Could you just repeat the question again? Sorry,
So
Senator.
my understanding is the department has redacted the discretionary approval section of the Specialist and Enthusiast Vehicles Register from public view.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means, Senator. Whether any SEVS entry that was given discretionary approval is no longer available to be seen
by the public.
I wouldn't
Could you
imagine
just
so.
check on that?
Yeah, if it has an approval, it would have to be visible.
Absolutely self-interest. What were the two models that have been approved?
I'd have to take that on notice. Sorry.
Just watch.
That's it. Okay. Toowoomba to Brisbane passenger rail.
It's a change, isn't it?
Mixing it up.
Oh, you would take the Queensland again.
Sorry, we have done that one. Sorry.
Yeah, it was outcome one.
Queensland wants to go.
Oh, it's got 2.1 here. It's about the inland rail bilateral.
Outcome one. I've sent my people home.
Well, it's relevant, isn't it, in terms of outcome two, insofar as the proposals for there to be a rail passenger connection service between Toowoomba and Brisbane. That was discussed quite often in the context of inland rail. So the question is, what is now proposed? Does the does the government have any issues, proposals with respect to passenger service between Toowoomba and Brisbane? Outcome one. Okay.
I can take it on notice for you, Senator.
Take it on notice.
So the question from Garth Hamilton, the member for Groom, and I know Senator Scarr has a particular interest in Ipswich and surrounds as well, was that now that the Inland Rail has been scrapped, what are the implications for passenger rail services, given that the bilateral agreement requires Inland Rail to accommodate current and reasonably anticipated future passengers and freight rail services between Brisbane and Toowoomba?
So there were a number of business case reviews that were done that we called BARS projects, and if you'll give me a little while, I'll see if I can find some information on it, and I'll see if I can answer that question for you. Otherwise, I will take it on notice.
Well, see if you can locate. I will now go to, while I've got you there, Ms Cashman, after I spoke to you about the standards, the UN standards around electric vehicles and data, yes, and I'm just wondering if there's been any change or advance.
Yeah, absolutely, Senator.
And if you could give me an update.
Yes, since the last Senate estimates period, we have released a consultation paper on implementing cybersecurity standards. Just to be clear, that cybersecurity standards for all vehicles, not just electric vehicles.
No, it's connected vehicles, sorry.
Well, yeah,
all
connected vehicles.
Yeah.
So just about all vehicles are connected these days
They are.
in some way, shape or form, absolutely. So we've released a consultation paper to industry and some key participants to get us a sense of the any issues we would have to consider with implementing the United Nations regulations directly into Australian design rules. That consultation was to have closed last Friday, but a couple of stakeholders asked if they could have another week or so to provide us with their response. So we expect the responses to that to come to us by Friday of this week.
So the responses to are you sharing this work with anyone else, like departmental-wise?
We work closely with Department of Home Affairs, and they've been involved in this consultation piece as well. But at the moment, we're progressing these standards, first of all, to the Cybersecurity Act that was put in place by the Department of Home Affairs has left road vehicles out of that Act on the understanding that we would be looking at these cybersecurity standards. So we're fulfilling that part of the deal. Depending on what comes out of all of this, we'll be remaining in close contact with Home Affairs.
So the responses come in on Friday. What's the Minister's expectation for you in terms of getting something to her?
So if we get the responses and there is no particular barriers to implementing the United Nations regulation, I imagine that will move relatively quickly. Could you just remind me of which UN regulation number it is? Is it 155?
UN 155 and UN 156. You were right there.
Nearly there. Okay, so
we were involved in the development of that internationally, so we're hoping that it'll be a smooth pathway to be able to implement that in Australia. There are some complications with that as opposed to a regular ADR because we need to probably amend our rules because there are some requirements on the manufacturer, not just the individual vehicles. So it is a little bit new and complicated, but we've been thinking about the possibilities. We've put those to our industry as to their thoughts on that matter. So I'm hoping that will be within the bounds of doing something new for the first time, that it'll be relatively streamlined. If the responses come back and raise some issues, then we'll have to look at how we could address those issues as well. I'm hoping not, but I couldn't say until we see them.
Have you been consulting with state governments? Because a lot of them, particularly with their tolling networks and looking at implementing their own road user charges, also looking how to store, use, de-identify data that is collected through these vehicles? I mean, it's quite comprehensive, isn't it?
It is, Senator.
The data that's collected.
The standards are designed that the data developed from the car can be...
So our road networks, where the car travels?
Those sorts of things. The primary purpose of the cybersecurity standards is that people can't, if you like, hack into cars and things.
Yes.
Cars will always be sending out
They can
data.
now because we don't have the standard.
What
That's
happens?
my point.
What happens with the data when it is sent out of the vehicle? That's largely also a matter of the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, because that then falls into the data requirements, and that'll be things like what do you agree when you sign your contract for your new car and things like that. Similarly, in other areas, other people that want to access their data, it would fall under the provisions of the Privacy Act.
Well, after our last conversation, I went and had a chat to all of the people that you suggested, and it's very opaque about how much data is collected, where it's stored, where it's sent. And then if you talk to industry, that a connected vehicle, that we're all puddling around the highways and byways, all of that data is being sent to home base. Now, whether it's being used for nefarious purposes or not remains unclear and indeterminate. So I think Australians would be shocked to know that we glibly say it's covered by the Privacy Act, but we also know the OME, if you talk to the OMEs, that it's all stored and
So I understand
not on shore.
I understand the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner is actually has been undertaking an investigation into what happens with vehicle data and has released some information on that.
I think questions. Mike Macon, Assistant Secretary, Transport Partnerships and Emerging Technology. The OAIC have been undertaking inquiries into a number of car brands. I think any questions on that would be better put to them. They are a regulator of the Privacy Act. We're aware that they're undertaking the inquiries, but that's about.
And then when I go and talk to them in and others in the Home Affairs Department, I'm told you're the lead.
So not Home Affairs, sorry, Senator.
Sorry,
the Attorney
Information
Generals. So they're under Attorney
AGs.
Generals. Yeah.
Sorry.
It is a complicated framework because we're all trying to work together on a nationally consistent system. What we're talking about is the cyber security of the vehicle itself. Matters of national security are a matter for Home Affairs. Matter of managing the information is a matter for the Office of Information Commissioner.
When you're talking security, so you're looking at more what other people can make the vehicle do versus what the vehicle can tell other people would be your main focus.
Yeah. So it's about managing the cyber security so that.
I don't like Australia shut down all the cars today. No, you're on that side of it.
We're on the side of this particular thing would, for example, if an ex-partner wanted to hack into the car to see where the car was going, it's designed to stop that.
But on an individual
on an individual vehicle basis.
Not on a manufacturer, bad actor.
Not on the fleet.
Elon doesn't like Prime Minister this week, so no Tesla will drive. You don't look at that level?
From what you're saying, that sounds to me like a national security issue, but we're looking at the security of the individual vehicle.
But that really
is all kind of connected, surely.
That's why we talk very closely with
that's
why we talk very closely with the Department of Home Affairs.
That's why Tom Cruise steals an old school car in War of the Worlds.
That's right, and
but
we
he
should
might
all
have a crash and
funds.
be very badly injured, Senator. So
Anyway, put our tin hats away, Senator. Get that. So, as I understand it, where is the department proposing that the reforms would require data to be held and stored in Australia, not overseas? Is that one of the things you're looking at in the paper that you're
I don't believe so,
on?
Senator, but I will take that on notice and just confirm for you. Mr.
Macon, who's in charge of the consultation paper that you're getting responses to?
My team is.
Yep.
Yes.
Is Mr. Macon kind of more directly involved?
He's on the very technical stuff.
He's on the very technical stuff, right. Mr. Macon might be just who I'm after. So is there an issue where the data that is collected by these vehicles, and there's no doubt the data is being collected, and it's not just EVs, it is connected vehicles generally, shouldn't we be storing that onshore, that data? Or is there a way we can protect the data despite it being stored offshore, or once it leaves our shores, we lose control?
So
Talk me through the technicality.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any rules in our vehicle space that would require it to be stored on shore. So
is it something that you could make rules about?
I don't know. We'd have to take it on notice to be sure of that, I suspect. I think different questions.
Make a standard for a car that's being imported that you can't, map the roads and send it home?
I can say that when we consulted on the automated vehicle laws, we did look at this, and that is an aspect. So it is something we are considering for automated vehicles, which collect a lot more data. But Ms. Cashman would have to talk about the current
I certainly think we'd be interested in the outcome of the inquiries of the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner to see what their findings are. I mean, there are certain things that we can put rules in place for a range of things, but to understand what the risks are, what the benefits would be, and that sort of thing. As I'm sure you know, Senator, because we mention it a lot, we do start with the international standard for road vehicles when we develop a standard. That's not a feature of the international framework, so we would need to look at the risks and benefits of that, and I think the work of the OIAC would be really informative there.
So what do other Western democracies do when it comes to how the data is stored from their connected vehicle fleet?
Oh, I wouldn't want to be misleading, Senator. I'd probably take that one on notice.
To know that on notice, and I'll go off to AGs, which is probably now. Yes, the automation. Okay, so you've got a very bespoke consultation process, it sounds like, where you're not looking at data storage?
No, not in this particular one that we've got going on.
Data storage. You're only looking at if an actor can hack in.
It's about the security of the vehicle itself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions on that. Ms. Hall, did you have an answer to my question?
I do, Senator. So this is a question that we've had on numerous occasions in the past.
Sorry to repeat.
So that's all right. So Toowoomba to Brisbane passenger rail business case investigated the need and viability of a passenger rail connection and confirming the corridor requirements to deliver this project. Was a project that was delivered between Queensland and the Australian government that I think was 100% funded by the Australian government. It was a project that has been completed and closed. The total cost of the project was $2.33 million. The work was completed in December 2024 when TMR submitted the project closure report a decision was made at that particular time that the strategic business case, which included the two stages of the Queensland Government's project assessment framework, namely the strategic assessment of the service requirement and the preliminary evaluation, found that there was not enough cost-benefit analysis to progress to the next stage, and that the summary report was then published on the TMR website.
Thank you. I just had some questions about Albo's Armada. How many Australian-flagged large-scale commercial vessels are currently operating in Australia's domestic and international shipping markets?
Senator Andrew Johnson, Assistant Secretary Strategic Fleet, 11. There's 11 vessels larger than 2,000 gross registered tonnes.
So say that the caveat?
greater than 2,000 gross registered tonnes.
Okay, because industry's claiming that the fleet has declined to approximately 9 vessels. You're nodding?
Yeah, just a slight variation in definition, Senator, in terms of
So
the size
what's the
of vessel.
variation of definition? Because we've only got 11 and then it's 9, like
yeah,
one matters.
I can't remember exactly what definition the Industry Association's using.
When was the last time you met with industry?
Last week, Senator.
Okay, and they didn't raise the strategic fleet?
Yes, it was raised, yes, Senator.
Could you agree on how many were left of Australian flagged vessels?
Not the last time I spoke to them.
You just took that off the table?
Yeah.
The topic didn't come up, Senator, how many vessels are currently in the Australian fleet?
Okay, so we've had 18 months since the pilot tenders closed. Can you outline the progress that has been made and when the final decision will be made?
Senator, the procurement process is ongoing, and at the point that contracts are signed, the government will announce the outcome.
So the tender's closed?
Yep.
How many applicants applied for the tender?
There are 11 tenderers.
11 tenderers?
That'll be 9 next year.
9. Depends on the definition. So has the tenders closed? Has the decision, has it gone through the procurement process?
It's going through the procurement process, Senator. They're sort of the end of the procurement process being signed contracts.
So would we say it's imminent?
Senator...
Weeks, months, another 18, a year?
Mr Johnson's not in a position to answer that question.
Maybe you are, Mr Betts.
Soon.
Thank you.
Soon. Has the Minister been briefed on the outcome of the tender?
The Minister has been given some progress information in terms of where we're up to, Senator.
Okay, and what is the reason for the significant delay?
It's working through the aspects of the tender process and to ensure that the Commonwealth gets value for money and that risks and other factors associated with the program are adequately dealt with.
What were some of the risks of the program that were identified?
So there's a number of risks that we've worked through, including insurance requirements, who bears which liability, managing potential financial risks in terms of whether there's increased potential for risk of financial cost increases, etc. So working to understand those and to appropriately allocate risks to whoever can manage those, and then bring risk to a point where it's acceptable in terms of the way they're managed and the exposure that might be caused.
That the Commonwealth might be subjected to.
Yeah. I think we've discussed previously, Senator, that this is novel in the Australian context. So given there aren't sort of existing examples within the Australian marketplace, it's been working through all of those novel aspects of this program to ensure that we deliver a value for money outcome.
Has the department undertaken or participated in modelling the economic and national security impacts if we experienced a major disruption to fuel imports through key global shipping choke points such as the Strait of Hormuz, or those to our north such as the Malacca Strait?
I think that'll be a question for Department of Climate Change and Energy, who oversee the fuel security policy.
But you're procuring vessels for our strategic sovereign purposes.
Yes, Senator.
I didn't ask if you ran it. Were you participating in it? They didn't come to the Department of Transport for expertise around shipping? Department of Climate Change doesn't know anything about shipping.
No, sorry, I thought you were asking about modelling around energy market impact.
No,
sorry,
about the impact of the... Sorry,
Senator.
Just say we had a fuel crisis, Strait of Hormuz, Malacca, what the impact would be and how a sovereign fleet could be beneficial in that scenario. Has there been any modelling of the economic and national security impact of those type of incidences at a global scale, and what use a strategic fleet would be. That is probably me breaking my question down into like, is it useful in a crisis?
Are we talking blue water with the strategic fleet?
Yes, Senator.
That's what the Senator's asking.
Yeah, so sorry, Senator. So we've looked at scenarios. Certainly the original task force did, and we've continued that work in terms of the types of scenarios in which a strategic fleet would offer benefit, and certainly disruptions to supply chains like you're outlining. We haven't modelled that, but we've certainly done the scenario work. Yes. Impact.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't mean formal, getting the actuaries out to do it. No, yes. So given we do rely heavily on foreign flag vessels to transport critical fuel supplies, what sovereign capability does Australia currently retain to guarantee fuel imports during this supply chain disruption? You going to send me to climate change?
In terms of sovereign shipping capability to move fuel, there's currently no Australian flag vessels that can carry fuel.
So what specific reforms to the Coastal Trading Act are currently under active consideration by the government, and when will industry see the draft legislation or the consultation outcomes?
So, Senator, the government commissioned a review of the Coastal Trading Act and appointed a couple of reviewers to do that. The reviewers have completed their review and it's being considered by government.
So you've done it. When did it land on the minister's desk?
The 2nd of December 25.
2nd of December 2025. Have you been called up to brief the minister on your written brief?
We have briefed the minister.
Yep. And have you been sent away to draft some legislation or regulation changes?
Not yet, Senator.
Not yet. You're waiting for the...
We're certainly looking at how you would take the recommendations of the review forward and what those recommended changes might look like.
When will the review be made public?
That's a matter for government, Senator.
That's a correct answer. Is there work on a broader national maritime strategy to coordinate shipping, fuel security, the workforce capability issues that you would be very well aware of, and sovereign resilience policy across government portfolios? Yeah,
there's certainly work going on amongst portfolios on each of those issues in terms of workforce, working closely with Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. There's some broader work across government around resilience and that sort of preparedness piece of work across multiple agencies.
So what specifically are you doing with the Education and Employment Department around the shipping workforce?
Yep, so the Department of Employment Workplace Relations through the Industry Skills Australia has developed a maritime workforce development plan that deals with a number of the challenges in relation to workforce in the maritime industry, and the recommendations from the Strategic Fleet Task Force around workforce went into that process of being considered there, and the government has also we've been implementing the Maritime Skills and Training Initiative that's looking at dealing with one of the aspects that's been raised both by the task force and in the workforce development plan around the ability of seafarers to get sea time so that can be certified to the International Seafaring Standard. So that program's going to provide funding, grants funding to increase the number of berths available for seafarers to get that training. There's also an additional $2.5 million in that program to be provided to Industry Skills Australia to look at targeted actions to address maritime skills and training issues and to enhance maritime training and assessment capability in the vocational education and training sector.
And anything in the tax space for seafarers, Australian seafarers? Because that's always something that's suggested around.
Matters on tax, and certainly the Treasury had been looking at some of the maritime tax settings, and they were considering those at the tax matters.
Are they in the budget?
No, Senator, they're not in the budget.
Okay. Just final one on shipping. Has the government made any progress on recommendation 1 of the Strategic Fleet Task Force report that recognises that shipping industry tax reform is an essential part of rebuilding Australian sovereign maritime capability?
So as I mentioned, that was something that that recommendation, the Treasury was looking at. The tax aspect.
I'll go and ask Treasury. Yep. All right.
I might have a shipping one, a quick one. Mr Johnson, do you know how many Australian flag vessels there were when Keating left office?
I don't know how many there are now.
Try 98. You know how many when Howard left? Have a guess.
16, I think.
11.
11.
There you go, just a late night fact.
How many when Bob Hawke?
Makes you wonder why we...
Probably about 198.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That's nice, we're talking. We're all on the same page.
What is the difference?
I think you cleared a runaway.
That's the bit, I'm not sure, I can't remember off the top of my head how the industry defined it, but the definition is slightly different to ours, which means a couple of vessels.
I've been researching since you've been doing it. And it's
so am
hard
I,
to work
and
out,
I can't find it either.
Yeah. But ours is based on the particular that 2,000 gross registered tonnes.
Because I was checking on ship names, there used to be one called the Far Senator that was Australian flag, but it's no longer, it's been cut off.
You're right, there was 16. You're right, there was 16.
5 of the 11.
I'll take that back.
9.
Spot on, you're right.
Yeah.
I forgot about the cement vessels and
Yeah. So there's a couple of vessels that...
and the aluminium one.
So the Goliath, for example, was
Portland.
That's on both lists. The Newcastle Bay, that's the vessel that operates from Cairns to Thursday Island, is not on the industry list, but it's on ours.
Spirit of Tasmania 1, Spirit of Tasmania 2, Sea Road Mersey, Sea Road Tamar, Lycute Goliath, CSL Melbourne, CSL Brisbane.
Sea Road Tamar?
Yeah.
The MV Aburi? Sea Road Tamar.
No, that's
Sea Road Tamar's not on the list anymore. That hasn't been.
I think it's great. We're all loving the Australian shipping.
Sea Road Tamar hasn't been in service for
That was the list.
4 years.
Yeah, that's why I'm going through them all.
It's now the Lacrosse.
There's 16 on the list, but there's
Quick, go while they're talking.
It's very bespoke.
I've got more shipping questions.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's service transport, same thing. TFS review, VPVS review.
Yes.
We heard this morning that departmental funding for that ceased because it's finalised. Well, it's not an ongoing measure, so it's work is completed. Where is the final report? It was due to report by...
The middle of this year, Senator, so the review is on track to provide that report to the Minister by mid-year. You're right that the funding for the review terminates on 30 June. I would note that the increase to support under TIFAs, the 25% uplift in funding, that continues for a further 12 months. It's just the departmental funding for the review component that terminates.
Okay, so the review's not complete yet?
It's close to finalisation, but no, it has not yet been delivered to the Minister.
So in terms of the two budget measures, as you've indicated, there's an extra $93
million over 2 years,
$93 million over $46.5 million. Yes. I was just going to check my maths, that's all. Each year, this current financial year and next, for TFES, and then we revert back to from 228,469 to 181 million. Which rolls out at a continuous number for forward estimates to 29-30. Why is there no consideration in the forward estimates for the increased capacity that will start at the end of October on Bass Strait? And that's in both programs. So you've got 2 new vessels starting at the end of October, which is this next financial year. Those 2 vessels will provide for TT line an additional 40% capacity. But that's not reflected in any of the forward estimates for the budget.
That's
now,
right.
I'm not talking about additional funding for TFES, which, if it falls back to pre-25-26 levels, there'll be a lot of kicking and screaming in Tasmania with respect to the rates that are being paid. But why is there no provision for the increased capacity that is coming online at the end of October?
So the budget for TFES, and you're right that it's not indexed, that it is set at a flat rate to the
I'm talking
forward
both of them. I'm
instance.
talking TFES and BV.
I believe Bass Strait is indexed, but essentially because they're both demand-driven programs, the forward estimates are set at the anticipated demand. However, if the claims do exceed that, then through an estimates variation process, all claims are paid. So essentially, if demand does go up, then those claims will still be paid through an estimates variation process, and then consideration about whether changes to the future funding profile are required, being considered through the review.
But why aren't you anticipating an increase in demand when you've got a 40% increase in the capacity of the vessels?
The way the program has operated is changes in demand are typically addressed through an estimates variation. But as I said, given the review is considering, amongst other things, the rates of assistance and the future funding profile, I would anticipate that would be picked up through that process.
But there's no reflection of that in any of those numbers. There's no reflection in any demand, and it's not as if we haven't known that the vessels are coming. The controversy in relation to their arrival has been loud and clear.
So I think there are 2 sides, Senator. There's the capacity, but there's also the demand. So whether there is significant unserviced demand that would
You're
actually
telling me the Tasmanian government's spending $1 billion on 2 ships
No, Senator, what
to
I'm
replace
saying-
them and not expecting to fill them up?
No,
I mean,
no,
that's
Senator.
the whole point of the exercise.
I understand, Senator. What I'm saying is that the...
And the owner of Sea Road Mersey is spending $100 and something million on another vessel with additional capacity for Sea Road. So, I mean, there's clearly demand growth in the market.
As I was saying, Senator, and I'm not commenting on decisions of Tasmanian government, the estimates have been set. They will be varied through an estimates variation process if demand exceeds that budget, and that is a long-standing practice under the TFES program. And the review of both TFES and BFES is considering the rates of assistance, and so future estimates will be considered through that process. I would also add that and my colleague has reminded me that there are no changes at this stage to the eligible goods list under TFES. So those goods that are currently eligible remain so under the program.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be a different matter and would need to be reflected in what your calculations are for whatever support would be given. And that would be something that will or won't come out of the recommendations of the review.
The review is not yet finalised, Senator,
Correct.
so I
No,
wouldn't
I
want to
understand.
speculate.
So, look, I'm not talking about parameters or scope, I'm talking about capacity. And, I mean, one of the reasons that we're looking to increase the size of the vessels is to increase capacity. That's the whole point of the exercise.
Yes, Senator. So a decision to vary those estimates would be a decision for government.
But why wouldn't you look at it in the budget for the year where the increased capacity comes online?
As I said, there is a review currently underway that is considering, amongst other things...
The review is talking about the rate and perhaps the parameters and scope that's held. I get that. It's a different matter, and at the moment you've got a 25% uplift in the rate for TFES, so I understand all of that. But in both programs there is a marginal indexation for vehicles in the passenger vehicle equalisation scheme, very marginal, which is one of the real pressure points in the capacity of the two current vessels, and will be relieved a lot by the new vessels. I just don't understand why you wouldn't have made some budget allocation for increased capacity. That's all. I have to take it as a comment. All right, thanks, Chair.
Right, any further questions?
Oh, yeah.
Senator McKenzie.
Aviation. Come fly with me.
It is getting late.
Ms. Parry, just about that Women in Aviation program, you were going to get back to me in outcome 2. Would you like to do that now while the officials come to the table?
Yes, as a matter of fact, good timing because the officials are at the table who can give you a rundown of the outcome of that program.
Okay, we might... I just wanted to go to the Brisbane Airport Master Plan if the officials are at the table, and we can look at the cuts to Women in Aviation program later. My understanding is the Brisbane Airport Master Plan was lodged with the Minister in March 2026. Can you confirm the exact date the final master plan was received by the department and when the statutory 50 business day assessment period commenced under the Airports Act?
Senator, hello. Sarah Natty,
hello.
Assistant Secretary, Airports Branch. We just consult the folder.
Yeah.
Senator, I have the date it was due, which was received 23rd of January.
23rd of January,
yes.
2026?
Yes, that's right.
Right. Received by the department. And when was the statutory 50-day business day assessment period commenced under the Airports Act?
It commences the day after receipt, Senator.
And so when, can you do the maths for me about when that is up?
Senator, that is determined by whether there are any requests for information that are also provided to Brisbane Airport Corporation. And so we don't...
You don't know that yet?
We don't have an end date. That's why it's 50 days from the day after receipt.
Okay, so if somebody lodges a request for information, what happens?
The department, acting as a delegate for the Minister, is the only one who can lodge a request for information.
Have you lodged a request for information?
Yes, we have.
And are you at liberty to tell us what that information you are requesting is?
Senator, if you give me a moment, there was a question on notice in the last estimates, which I can turn to. It was around administrative matters, that much I can recall. Let me just see whether I can find... So Senator Allman-Payne asked at last estimates about the request for information and what it related to. The answer we provided to SQ26000049 was the request for information sent to Brisbane Airport Corporation under Section 80A of the Airports Act 1996 seeks material relating to land planning, zoning, ground transport and economic aspects of the draft master plan. The request also seeks material relating to the airport lessee company's assessment of the future needs of civil aviation and other users of the airport for services and facilities relating to the airport.
So do you have a timeline on expectation of receipt of that information from Brisbane Airport Corporation?
Brisbane Airport has responded to that RFI, Senator.
So you have the information you requested?
We have.
And so now does the time start again?
It starts again. The clock starts again. The statutory clock starts again the day after receipt of that information.
And when did you get that information?
I'll have to take that exact date on notice, Senator, because I know I don't have that date, but I can have that. The expectation may be that we will meet again tomorrow, in which case I will have it ready for you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't encourage it.
Oh. Well, people care about this stuff.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Yeah.
Has the department identified any deficiencies, omissions or unresolved concerns in the Brisbane Airport Master Plan relating to aircraft noise modelling, community consultation or future flight path assumptions? And if so, what are they?
So, Senator, many of the things that you've just stated there are matters that we would rely on our colleagues in Air Services Australia to do an assessment, because they are the technical experts on those matters. As you well know, they also attend the Brisbane Airport Airspace Advisory Board, as I do, and they answer those technical questions from community representatives at the meeting.
So if they have questions, if Air Services Australia, under the Act, if Air Services Australia has questions for Brisbane Airport and the master plan related to noise, etc., things that are in their technical bailiwick, do they go through you to get that answered, that information, or have they got their own pathway to get information from the airport?
Senator, there are 4 phases, to coin a phrase, when we think about the master plan process.
But now that we're at this end of you're at the final countdown.
Yeah. So is the
Air Services Australia has done all their work in earlier phases.
Senator, in the 4 phases, there are 2 opportunities for Air Services to review the information put forward by an airport, in this case Brisbane Airport. Let's stick with one example. There is the exposure, what we internally refer to as an exposure draft master plan. So that is before formal submission of the draft master plan. It's an opportunity for the airport building controller, the airport environment officer, Air Services, Border Force Home Affairs, Department of Ag, AFP, CASA, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, our DQ colleagues, and then any internal stakeholders to our department to review that document and to see whether there are elements of it that need to be that any feedback needs to be provided ahead of
the final draft going forward for.
Then there is a preliminary draft. That's the next phase. The preliminary draft is the one that goes out for public consultation, and then on the basis of that draft, the draft comes forward to the Minister for submission. There is another opportunity for all of the same. I won't read them out again.
No, please don't.
I could. It's getting late.
Give you some of your own medicine.
Thank you, Senator. At the draft stage, Air Services has another opportunity to review it based on information also that through the consultation period must be included in that draft. So oftentimes a supplementary piece would be added to the master plan. And then on the basis that the Minister considers that draft master plan and agrees it, it would be published. So that's the 4 phases.
Right. So
2
now
of which Air Services, as the technical advisors, provide information.
Before it goes public, and then now, this phase, they can also put something in. Do you know?
They can.
Yes. And they can do it their own pathway. They don't need to go through the department.
They can provide the comments to the airport in the case of where the submission has been provided to the Minister through the draft master plan process, post-public consultation before the Minister considers it, in that gap, we would be the ones who would coordinate any requests for information back through to the airport, so that we have visibility of the concerns of any of the stakeholders.
Well, I did, yes, because that's important for the Minister to make her decision.
It is.
So has Air Services Australia engaged or sought more information or sought to provide more information in this back end?
Not to my knowledge,
Not to your knowledge.
No.
I will ask them tomorrow.
Yes, please do.
Because they, this committee has heard for years that the trouble of their ability to consult appropriately with community. So hopefully they've improved their game there. The preliminary draft of the master plan states that the noise contours are based on current operating flight paths and do not incorporate the outcomes of the noise action plan for Brisbane because those investigations are incomplete. And I guess the concern from community is that the Minister is considering signing off on a master plan for the next 20 years when we're still investigating changes to flight plans or changes to approaches, takeoffs, a whole range of different strategies that were identified as assisting with noise mitigation across a whole myriad of strategies.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the community's wanting to understand what input the trialling of those strategies will have in the master plan sign-off. Will they be taken into consideration before the Minister signs off?
So, yes, the consideration of noise impacts is something that the Minister will have regard to when she's making her decision.
But the concern is that in the preliminary draft of the master plan, it stated that it was only the current operating flight paths, and on further prosecution it was found that those strategies that are being trialled out over the bay, I don't know the details of them, but I remember from the Senate inquiry we did, there was a whole raft of things that one could do to help, but that the outcomes of those trials aren't actually going to feed into the master plan itself because it's based on current flight paths, not the trials that are going on.
So,
and are the outcomes of the trials going to inform the final decision, is my question.
That would be that particular question is one better answered by Air Services because it is a technical aspect of the advice that they...
Well, it's a process question, really. I know we could go down
the process question...
the avenue of all the things I can't remember that you can do.
Senator, the process answer to your process question is that advice that comes from Air Services is put forward to the Minister as part of her consideration, and that includes noise impacts.
So it's Air Services Australia that has decided that only the current flight paths will be in consideration and not to include the outcomes of the trials that are currently ongoing.
What happens with the design for and the noise exposure forecast, the ANEF, is that the airport itself has to receive technical endorsement from Air Services Australia, which is why, I'm sorry to labour the point, Senator, it's one of the things where they have to work in concert with one another. And then, because that is a very technical, airspace design is a very technical element, I'm not even going to try to...
No.
I could write my knowledge of it on a postage stamp. But I guess, thank you, I guess that is my reason for suggesting that it might be a question that's better put to our colleagues at Air Services.
The Senate inquiry into aircraft noise made multiple recommendations relating to Brisbane Airport, including stronger noise management, improved community consultation, clearer accountability mechanisms. How many of those recommendations have been implemented by the Albanese government?
those are, have you got specific ones that you wanted
No,
to
usually when
focus
a committee
on?
does a Senate inquiry, it goes off to the department to draft a response for the government, and the minister of the day will decide when they want to release it, if at all. Has the department drafted a government response to this inquiry for the minister's consideration? I think you have.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, I thought you had.
It has.
So then, my question is, what has the government done to actually implement the recommendations of the inquiry?
So,
do we have a progressing, noted?
Would you like me to go from recommendation 1?
Yes.
Senator? Okay.
Yes. If you're just reading out your the response, the government response, I can get that online. No, but this is actually an implementation of the recommendations.
This is the status for
Great.
noise inquiry recommendations.
Perfect document I want. Yes. Thank you.
Senator, noting that there are, let me just check.
You could table
21
it.
recommendations.
You can table it?
I'm happy to take it on notice and to table a status update on each of those recommendations, Senator.
Nearly got it. Okay, thank you. That would be great. The government has previously directed Air Services Australia to increase the use of simultaneous opposite direction parallel runway operations to reduce residential noise impacts. Can the department provide data showing whether those directions have actually delivered measurable reductions in aircraft noise complaints and overflight impacts for Brisbane communities?
Senator, the department can't, but you could direct that question to
That's an Air Services Australia. Thank you. Again, and we ask this regularly, has the minister met with the community members of the Brisbane Airport Community Airspace Advisory Body?
That would be a matter for the minister.
Well, has she? Has she met with them? She hasn't attended one of the meetings that you're at?
In the time that I have been attending the meetings, the minister has not attended. I am her representative on that board.
Who looks after the minister's Coro? Mr. Betts. Has the minister...
The minister's office would know.
I know, but it does get sent down for you to
I can
reply
take
to.
it on notice, Senator.
But will I get an answer, Senator Minister McCarthy?
Of course. You're always
Minister King, we ask every estimates. Please meet with this community. If you have, fantastic. If you haven't, please do it. They're fabulous and want to know that their government hears their concerns. What are the costs of engagement of tracks to date? Is that a Air Services? Yep. Okay, I think the rest for me are for Air Services Australia. Tomorrow.
Well, we've got 3 minutes, Colin. So
I'm sure I can find one.
And I'll just confirm through the Deputy Chair, you will require outcome 2 back for 30 minutes tomorrow. 30 minutes?
For a very short period of time. Aviation, I'll let them know the topics.
Sorry, Mr. Betts.
Finish my
Bring back
aviation,
the
please.
officers again for half an hour tomorrow. You know, if I had my way, everything would be on notice and we'd be down at the... a lake going for a walk or something. Is there any further questions? 3 minutes?
There's lots of questions.
Okay. No, in that case then, look, to the officers, thank you very much for your time today. We will see you again tomorrow. Hansard Broadcasting, as always. Great job. Well done. Thank you. And Doctor, you and your crew, thank you very much. And we'll now stand adjourned and see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, Chair.